Hi guys, tonight, the Pharaoh's face. The air in the Egyptian Valley of the Kings, thick with the silence of millennia, holds the earliest known physical proof of humanity's most ancient and fearsome viral enemy, smallpox. Deep within the tomb of a pharaoh, laid to rest more than 3,000 years ago, rests Ramesses V. His rule tragically cut short in 1157 BCE. When his bandages were carefully unwrapped in the modern era, the marks of a deadly, distinctive disease were undeniable. The face and body of the dead king were speckled with tiny, coin-like lesions, a telltale pattern of rash and pustules that medical historians recognize instantly. These were not the gentle chickenpox. These were the deep, pitting pox of variola major, the lethal form of the smallpox virus. The discovery was a chilling confirmation that the plague, which would later reshape empires and clear the path for conquest, was not a medieval phenomenon, but a terror as old as civilization itself. The presence of these scars on a royal figure, preserved with such meticulous care, speaks volumes. Smallpox did not discriminate between the common laborer and the god-king. If the pharaoh, surrounded by the best physicians and the highest rituals of a powerful empire, could not escape the virus's clutches, what hope was there for the ordinary mortal? Ramesses V thus became the first recorded casualty in the endless, bloody ledger of smallpox, a silent witness testifying to the virus's long, dark apprenticeship in human history. The evolutionary enigma. For decades, the physical evidence on the mummy of Ramesses V stood as a profound historical mystery, challenging the prevailing scientific timeline. Scientists, analyzing the available genetic remnants of the variola virus from more recent centuries, often estimated its emergence as a distinct human pathogen to be far later, perhaps only a few centuries BCE. How could the pharaoh from the 12th century BCE carry the mark of a virus that, according to genetic models, shouldn't have been fully formed yet? This disparity fueled one of the great debates in paleovirology. Did variola evolve much faster than we realized, or did the disease simply exist for far longer than its genetic trail suggested? Recent advancements in molecular analysis, however, have begun to reconcile history with science. By adjusting the mathematical models that calculate evolutionary rates, accounting for the time-dependent rate phenomenon, researchers now estimate that the common ancestor of all circulating smallpox strains emerged potentially over 3,800 years ago. This seismic shift in dating finally validates the historical hypothesis. Variola was indeed a contemporary of the great Bronze Age societies. It means that while the pharaoh's physicians might have attributed his death to the wrath of the gods or an ill wind, the true culprit was a microscopic enemy that had already been perfecting its deadly mechanism for millennia. The virus thus was not a sudden mutation, but a patient predator evolving alongside human society in the dense river valleys and emerging cities of the ancient world. Evidence in clay and cuneiform. While the Egyptian mummies provide the most visceral physical evidence, the earliest unambiguous written accounts of a disease closely matching smallpox symptoms emerge from the vast interconnected world of ancient Asia. Before the Mediterranean civilizations fully documented the horror, the scribes of China and the early Indian empires were already recording the distinct characteristics of the pustular plague. In Mesopotamia, the heartland of writing, cuneiform tablets from the 2nd millennium BCE speak of illnesses that caused fever, systemic distress, and a widespread rash. While these texts often blend various pustular diseases, they establish a baseline of fear surrounding sudden, virulent outbreaks that scarred and killed. The most compelling early descriptions come from the Chinese Han Dynasty, circa 200 BCE to 200 CE, though some sources suggest knowledge of a smallpox-like disease as early as 1122 BCE. Chinese physicians, known for their meticulous observation, documented a disease characterized by poisonous sores, high contagiosity, and a significant mortality rate. This recognition was crucial because it led, centuries later, to the first attempts at preventative measures, the practice of variolation. This early Asian recognition, often preceding clear European accounts by over 1,000 years, suggests that the original cradle of the variola virus likely rested somewhere in the ancient, densely populated regions stretching from the Nile to the Indus and Yellow rivers, the great arteries of early civilization. Mata and the goddess of the pox. The deepest, most culturally embedded accounts of smallpox are found in the ancient texts of India. Here, the disease was not merely a medical condition, it was personified as the goddess Shitala Mata, literally the cool mother. The earliest medical texts, such as the Susruta Samhita, circa 3rd to 4th century CE, contain detailed clinical descriptions of a disease characterized by fever followed by an eruption of pustules that matured and left behind disfiguring scars. This description is precise enough to be smallpox or masurika. The religious and folk reverence surrounding Shitala Mata was an ancient coping mechanism. Smallpox was so utterly devastating, so swift and inescapable, that it was seen not as a medical pathology, but as a supernatural visitation. To anger the goddess was to invite the disease. To appease her was the only defense. The tradition dictated that victims of the disease were to be cared for with minimal intervention. No medicines, only cool water and prayer, lest the goddess be offended. This cultural response, while tragically hindering medical treatment, underscores the utter fear and ancient familiarity with the plague. This deep historical presence confirms that by the dawn of the first millennium CE, smallpox was firmly established as an endemic, a constant, expected killer across the Indian subcontinent. The Silk Roads and the silent carriers of death. The spread of smallpox from its ancient heartlands, be it the Nile Valley, India, or Central Asia, was inextricably linked to the burgeoning networks of global trade and warfare. The variola virus is highly contagious but uniquely human-specific. It needs a continuous chain of susceptible people to survive. It cannot linger in animal hosts or the environment for long periods. Thus, the formation of large, permanent human settlements, cities, and the routes that connected them were its essential bloodline. The Silk Roads, the arteries that pumped wealth and culture from east to west, were also the perfect highways for the virus. Caravans carrying silks, spices, and precious metals also carried infected, symptomatic, or recently recovered travelers. A merchant setting out from Chang'an, unknowingly carrying the virus, could pass it to a stopover town in Persia, where it would be picked up by another traveler heading to the Roman Empire. This slow, relentless relay race meant that as empires expanded and trade flourished, the geographic reach of smallpox steadily widened. It transformed from a local endemic threat in a few river valleys into a pandemic waiting to happen, primed to exploit any major human migration or military movement to jump across continents. The ancient roots of globalism were, tragically, the ancient roots of the smallpox pandemic.
The Western misidentification. For a long time, the history of smallpox in the Greco-Roman world was obscured by a simpler, more encompassing term: plague. Ancient Greek and Roman physicians often lacked the specific diagnostic language to distinguish between different, highly fatal, fever-causing diseases. The great epidemics of the Roman Empire, such as the Antonine Plague, 165 to 180 CE, and the plague of Cyprian, 250 to 271 CE, were colossal demographic disasters that crippled the military and shattered social structures. While many historians suspect these outbreaks were primarily smallpox, or perhaps measles, mixed with other pestilence, the written accounts are frustratingly ambiguous. The Antonine Plague, brought back by soldiers returning from campaign in the East, has all the hallmarks of a virgin soil epidemic, a sudden outbreak in a population with no prior immunity. The historian Galen described symptoms including a fever, diarrhea, and skin eruptions that often developed into scabs, followed by loss of limb or life. This circumstantial evidence points strongly toward smallpox, which thrives on non-immune populations. The virus likely established its permanent foothold in the Mediterranean world during this tumultuous period, using the massive interconnected infrastructure of the Roman Empire to spread and become endemic. By the 4th century CE, the disease was known throughout the Byzantine Empire, and its distinctive marks were finally separating it from the general term plague, preparing the stage for its definitive recognition by early medieval scholars. The Arab Golden Age and the definitive description. The long-awaited definitive medical description of smallpox arrived in the Arab world during the Islamic Golden Age. The scholar and physician Abu Bakr Muhammad ibn Zakaria al-Razi, known in the West as Rhazes, 865 to 925 CE, is credited with writing the first treatise entirely dedicated to the disease, Kitab fi al-Jadari wa al-Haspa, the book on smallpox and measles. Rhazes was not just a medical observer, he was a brilliant diagnostician who recognized that smallpox and measles, while sharing fever and rash, were distinct diseases. He meticulously detailed the stages of smallpox, the initial high fever, the headache and back pain, prodrome, and the crucial differentiating characteristic of the rash, starting on the face and extremities, then spreading to the torso. This stressed that the pustules were more solid and harder to drain than those of measles. This work was a monumental achievement. Translated into Latin and other European languages, it became the gold standard for diagnosis for centuries. Rhazes' work marks the moment when the ancient nameless terror was given a clinical identity. By the 10th century CE, smallpox was no longer a vague pox on the pharaohs, but a medically understood entity. Its history was no longer just conjecture based on mummies and ambiguous texts, but a defined challenge to human health, documented and diagnosed with a precision that would eventually lead to the search for a cure. This intellectual leap, originating from the highly advanced medical centers of Baghdad and Persia, solidified the virus's place in the historical record as an unavoidable and highly specific public health crisis. Endemic achievement. By the close of the first millennium CE, the variola virus had completed its initial global mission, establishing endemicity across the majority of the Old World, Europe, Asia, and Africa. Endemicity means the disease was constantly present in a population, with outbreaks occurring regularly. This was only possible in large societies where there was a continuous supply of newly born, susceptible individuals. Children were the primary targets. In the crowded, unsanitary cities of the medieval era, a child who survived the first few years of life was almost certainly encountered and recovered from, or died of, smallpox. Those who survived were often left profoundly scarred, the trademark pockmarks that became a universal sign of previous infection. Smallpox was therefore not an occasional visitor, but a demographic selector, constantly culling the young and leaving behind a population of immune, marked adults. This vast reservoir of immune survivors was a unique feature of the Old World, and it had profound implications for the future. When European explorers and conquerors eventually set sail for the New World, they would unknowingly carry this ancient virus with them, unleashing it upon populations that had never encountered variola and possessed absolutely no defense. The pox on the Faroes had, over 3,000 years, forged its perfect biological weapon, and the ancient trade routes of Asia were its initial testing grounds for a final, catastrophic global spread. The stage was set for a pandemic that would redefine human history. The post-Roman contraction and resurgence. Following the collapse of the Western Roman Empire in the 5th century CE, Europe entered a period often characterized by social, economic, and political fragmentation. The dense, interconnected urban centers that had allowed smallpox to flourish during the Roman period began to shrink. Populations scattered into smaller, less interconnected rural communities. Paradoxically, this decline in connectivity may have temporarily dampened the widespread virulence of smallpox in some regions. The virus, which requires a constant supply of non-immune hosts, especially infants, to persist, struggled to maintain continuous chains of transmission in the less crowded, isolated villages. However, the disease never truly vanished, it merely simmered. In the more populated, stable regions, like the Byzantine Empire and the burgeoning intellectual centers of the Mediterranean coast, smallpox remained an endemic, childhood disease. It served as a grim gatekeeper, ensuring that any traveler, trader, or soldier emerging from these areas carried a potentially deadly cargo. As the centuries progressed and early medieval kingdoms began to coalesce, fostering limited regional trade and small urban centers, the virus seized the opportunity. It was not a grand epidemic that first re-established the pox in the early Middle Ages, but a slow, creeping recolonization, passed silently from village to market town, a quiet background killer awaiting the next great wave of human movement.
Pox meets the North Sea. While the Mediterranean routes were well-trodden, the smallpox virus was also finding new avenues for expansion through the northern seas. Beginning in the late 8th century, the Viking Age saw an explosion of mobility across northern Europe, the British Isles, and even into the Byzantine Empire. The Vikings were not just raiders, they were vast trading networks, establishing ports and settlements from Dublin to Kiev. This sudden, violent expansion of human contact created entirely new opportunities for the variola virus. The virus, arriving perhaps from a Mediterranean or Eastern European contact point, would have been particularly devastating in Scandinavia and the areas they first raided, which were relatively isolated and had little prior exposure. A Viking warrior or trader who survived a Mediterranean raid, contracted the disease in an endemic city, and then returned home could introduce smallpox into a population that had virtually no acquired immunity. The resulting outbreaks would have been catastrophic, likely confused with other plagues or attributed to divine displeasure. The Vikings, in their relentless pursuit of wealth and land, inadvertently served as formidable vectors, linking the relatively isolated communities of the north to the endemic disease reservoirs of the south, effectively making smallpox a permanent, albeit fluctuating, fixture of the northern European landscape. The birth of global trade and the merchant's risk. By the 11th and 12th centuries, Europe experienced a commercial revolution. Cities like Venice, Genoa, Flanders, and Paris grew exponentially, fueled by long-distance trade. This resurgence of urban life and commerce was precisely what smallpox needed to transition from a regional scourge to a full-blown European endemic threat. The virus thrives on high population density and frequent turnover of susceptible hosts, conditions perfectly met by medieval markets and ports. The merchants were the silent passengers' unwitting hosts. A single wool trader from Florence traveling to the Champagne fairs in France, or a spice dealer from Genoa returning from Alexandria could carry the disease. Even if the merchant himself was immune, pockmarked survivors were common,
His servants, crew, or young family members who had not yet contracted the disease were highly vulnerable. A shipment of goods might carry an infected person for weeks, allowing the virus to establish itself at the destination. Crucially, as populations grew and sanitation remained primitive, the mortality rate among the young, who made up the bulk of the non-immune population, was appalling. Smallpox became a persistent, yearly feature of urban life, ensuring that only the immune, the scarred, were left to govern and trade. The Smallpox and the Crusades, 1095 to 1291. The most significant accelerant for smallpox's transformation into a pan-European plague was the series of large-scale military campaigns known as the Crusades. Beginning in 1095, these movements mobilized hundreds of thousands of people, knights, soldiers, pilgrims, and support staff, from the relative isolation of Western Europe to the endemic, crowded cities and battlefields of the Byzantine Empire and the Levant, modern-day Middle East. This massive, repeated migration served as a biological mixer. Western European armies, often comprised of individuals with varying degrees of immunity, were thrust directly into the ancient, highly endemic smallpox environment of the Near East, where the virus had been circulating for millennia. The resulting outbreaks among the Crusader armies were devastating. Smallpox, dysentery, and other diseases killed far more soldiers than combat itself. The outbreaks not only weakened the army's effectiveness in the Holy Land, but ensured that every returning wave of crusaders, whether victorious or defeated, healthy or sick, brought new potent strains of the variola virus back to their homelands. The Crusades thus forged an epidemiological superhighway. They tightened the biological connection between the ancient endemic zones of the East and the newly developing cities of the West, turning smallpox into an inescapable feature of the medieval European health landscape. A childhood killer. Once smallpox was firmly established in medieval Europe, its demographic impact was immediate and profound. It settled into its predictable pattern. An epidemic would sweep through a town every few years, primarily targeting infants and young children who had been born since the last outbreak and had no acquired immunity. While the Black Death was a sudden, apocalyptic event that killed all ages indiscriminately, smallpox was a relentless, constant killer of the young. The mortality rate was staggering, often exceeding 30% among those infected, but was highest among infants. In effect, smallpox worked silently to keep medieval European populations perpetually young and small, continually pruning the next generation. For a medieval family, the loss of children was a constant, expected tragedy, and smallpox was the primary culprit. The few who survived were often terribly disfigured, losing eyesight. Smallpox was a leading cause of blindness, or bearing the permanent, deep-pitting scars known as pockmarks. The presence of pockmarks became a common, distinguishing feature of the adult population, a visible sign of survival and immunity that allowed them to live and work with relative safety, while their children faced the ultimate gamble. Royal houses and the great equalizer. In a society rigid with hierarchy, smallpox was a terrifying democratic force. It respected no crown, no wealth, and no divine right. Its capacity to strike at the heart of royal and noble families had significant political and dynastic consequences, sometimes changing the course of history more effectively than any army. Consider the European royal houses, where intermarriage and small insular courts ensured high contagiousness. The disease could wipe out entire lines of succession. Queen Elizabeth I of England survived a severe bout of smallpox in 1562, which left her scarred, but her survival was a rarity among royalty. Later, European history is littered with monarchs and heirs who succumbed. Emperor Joseph I of the Holy Roman Empire, 1711, Tsar Peter II of Russia, 1730, and King Louis XV of France, 1774, are just a few examples. The death of Louis XV, contracted from a kitchen maid, shocked the French court and demonstrated the disease's ubiquity, striking down the Sun King in his palace at Versailles. Smallpox was a constant, palpable threat, forcing royal physicians to constantly seek any preventative or curative measure, often leading to desperate experimental treatments. The first pox hospitals and isolation. As the constant threat of smallpox became integrated into urban life, it forced the development of new public health responses, the rudimentary beginnings of epidemiology and infection control. In the crowded medieval cities, authorities recognized the need for isolation. This led to the establishment of some of the earliest dedicated quarantine and isolation facilities, often referred to simply as pest houses or pox hospitals. These institutions, rudimentary and often terrifying, were founded on the simple, practical observation that separating the sick from the healthy could slow the spread. While these early attempts at isolation were often brutally enforced and stigmatizing for the victims, they represented a rational, communal recognition of the disease's contagious nature. Unlike earlier plagues, which were often seen purely as divine punishment, smallpox's predictability allowed for a more secular, public health-oriented response. These early isolation efforts, crude as they were, laid the intellectual and infrastructural groundwork for the far more sophisticated public health mandates that would be required in the later centuries, particularly when variolation and eventually vaccination were introduced.
The naming and framing of a killer. The transition of smallpox from an ancient, vaguely described malady, the plague of the Romans, to a specific medieval European plague required a new, precise vocabulary. The differentiation between the severe, often deadly disease that left deep scars and the much milder yet similar chickenpox was crucial. The English term smallpox or variola arose in the 15th century, possibly coined to distinguish it from the great pox, syphilis, which was then spreading virulently across Europe. The Latin term variola itself is thought to derive from varius, spotted or variegated, or varus, pimple. This act of specific nomenclature, giving the killer a distinct, recognizable name, was not just academic. It allowed physicians like Rhazes, whose work was translated into Latin, to be properly understood. It gave magistrates the ability to specifically legislate against it, and it allowed people to speak about it with less fatalistic generalization. The naming of the smallpox affirmed its status. It was not just one plague among many, but a distinct, relentless endemic threat that required its own history, its own medical focus, and ultimately, its own dedicated solution. This section details how smallpox became permanently woven into the fabric of medieval Europe, setting the stage for the next great historical shift, the debate over early forms of intervention and prevention. A world in epidemiological chaos. The 16th century was a crucible of transformation and terror in Europe. The continent was experiencing the Renaissance, the Reformation, and the Age of Exploration, all simultaneously increasing mobility and social upheaval. But alongside the explosion of art and knowledge came an explosion of disease. Cities were growing rapidly, becoming perfect incubators for endemic infections. Smallpox, already established as a primary childhood killer, was poised to escalate its hold. Crucially, this period also saw the terrifying emergence of a devastating new venereal disease which quickly spread throughout Europe, syphilis. Its severe, sometimes pustular symptoms and high mortality rate created widespread confusion and panic. It was into this atmosphere of epidemiological uncertainty that the need for clinical clarity became paramount. Physicians, confronted with multiple plagues, had to clearly define the ancient airborne killer, variola, from this new sexually transmitted scourge. The result was a necessary, though often confusing, linguistic and medical split that gave smallpox its permanent distinctive name and solidified its identity as an omnipresent threat. The genesis of nomenclature: variola versus syphilis. The definitive separation of the two diseases, the great pox, syphilis, and the smallpox, variola, was a matter of necessity driven by observation. Syphilis, which swept through Europe from the late 15th century, presented with a wide array of symptoms, including skin lesions that resembled some pustular diseases. It was sexually transmitted, chronic, and initially highly aggressive. Because the word pox had been used generally for any eruptive disease, both were grouped together in the public mind. However, physicians recognized the profound differences. The great pox, syphilis, transmitted primarily through intimate contact, chronic, long-term symptoms, and did not typically cause the sudden, explosive epidemics seen in children. The smallpox, variola, highly contagious by breath and contact, acute, short-term crisis followed by death or recovery, and its characteristic deep-pitting pox were unique. The term smallpox, variola minor, emerged to denote the less severe, airborne, short-term disease. This clinical differentiation was revolutionary. It allowed for focused research, quarantine efforts, and eventually specialized treatments. By giving the smallpox its own identity, doctors unintentionally elevated its status from just another fever to a distinct, formidable enemy demanding its own public health strategy. The rise of urban endemicity, the city as an incubation chamber. The 16th and 17th centuries were the golden age of the European city, and the golden age for the smallpox virus. Cities like London, Paris, and Amsterdam saw their populations double and triple. These urban centers, however, were biological powder kegs. Density, narrow streets, packed houses, and shared communal spaces ensured rapid airborne transmission. Hygiene, lack of sanitation, meant the virus, though primarily airborne, found support in contaminated environments. In migration, constant influx of people from rural areas, often non-immune adults, provided fresh, susceptible hosts, ensuring the virus never burned out. Smallpox became a predictable, cyclical killer in these environments. Epidemics typically peaked in the winter and spring when people were confined indoors, ensuring maximum transmission. The mortality bills of London, which began to systematically record causes of death, consistently listed pox, or smallpox, as one of the top 3 killers year after year, second only to fevers, and sometimes ahead of consumption. These bills were a grim statistical acknowledgement that smallpox was no longer a sporadic plague, but a normal part of urban life, a constant, terrifying expectation for every new parent. The political scourge, smallpox in the royal courts. The 16th and 17th centuries were defined by the absolute power of monarchs, and smallpox played a silent but often decisive role in shaping European politics by decimating royal families and altering lines of succession. The disease was the great leveler, penetrating the thickest castle walls and the most guarded chambers. Elizabeth I and the scare of 1562. The most famous instance was the near-fatal illness of Queen Elizabeth I. Contracting smallpox at Hampton Court Palace, she almost died. Though she survived, she was left profoundly scarred, forever marking her physically. Her survival was crucial, as she was the last of the Tudors. Had she died, England would have been plunged into a succession crisis with profound religious and political ramifications for the entire continent. The Spanish and French courts. Across Europe, the story was the same. The French Bourbon and Spanish Habsburg lines were repeatedly plagued. Royal intermarriage meant that a highly contagious disease in one court could quickly spread through the continent's elite. Smallpox ensured that no dynasty could ever feel truly secure, forcing anxious attention on the health of every heir and providing a powerful, visible symbol of human frailty, even at the apex of power. The aesthetic and psychological burden, pockmarks as a social marker. As the disease became endemic, the physical marks of survival, the pockmarks, became one of the most visible social markers in Europe. The deep, pitted scars, often concentrated on the face, were evidence of having survived the childhood gauntlet. Aesthetic despair. For both men and women, the disfigurement was a major source of anxiety and despair. In a society obsessed with physical beauty, pockmarks were a profound social and personal burden. The demand for cosmetics, heavy white lead powder and rouge, soared, specifically to cover the permanent damage left by the virus. A badge of immunity. Yet, pockmarks also carried a strange, protective social utility. An unpockmarked adult was a high-risk individual, someone who had somehow avoided the disease and was thus highly susceptible. A pockmarked servant, courtier, or soldier was ironically a safer choice, as they were immune. The marks became a silent, visible form of health documentation, a grim passport proving one had paid the viral toll and survived. This duality, the shame of disfigurement versus the safety of immunity, shaped social interactions for centuries.
The medical profession and the reign of error. Despite the clinical differentiation by Rhazes centuries earlier, 16th and 17th century European medicine often failed to treat smallpox effectively. The prevailing theory of the time was the humoral theory, which held that disease was caused by an imbalance of the four bodily fluids: blood, phlegm, yellow bile, and black bile. Smallpox was often seen as the body's attempt to cook or expel a noxious internal poison. Disastrous treatments. This theory led to common and often disastrous treatments. Overheating. Patients were often wrapped in heavy red blankets and placed near fires with the goal of driving the poison, the pustules, to the skin surface. This increased the patient's fever, often fatally. Bleeding. To restore humoral balance, physicians frequently resorted to bloodletting, which dangerously weakened patients already struggling against the systemic stress of the disease. Purges. Strong laxatives and emetics were administered, further dehydrating and exhausting the infected. The medical consensus was often worse than doing nothing, leading to widespread fatalism among the populace. The public often had more faith in folk remedies, charms, or praying to specific saints than they did in the intervention of a learned but often lethal physician. The helplessness of the medical elite only amplified the fear associated with the diagnosis of smallpox. 7. The literary and artistic response, immortalizing the terror. The pervasive fear of smallpox permeated the literature, art, and philosophy of the period, reflecting its status as an inescapable fact of life. Playwrights, poets, and diarists used the pox as a symbol of sudden mortality, vanity's end, and human impermanence. The scarred protagonist. In literature, the character scarred by smallpox became a recognizable trope, symbolizing either resilience or a loss of social standing. Diaries, particularly those from London, often recorded the swift passage of the disease through a household, the grief of losing a child, and the immediate fear of a new outbreak. Art and mortality. While not always the direct subject, the threat of the pox informed the popular memento mori tradition. Portraiture, while often flattering, began to use cosmetics and shadows to subtly mask the signs of scarring, illustrating the anxiety over appearance. The widespread presence of the disease reinforced a constant awareness of death, shaping the era's philosophical and religious outlook toward suffering and earthly vanity. 8. A prelude to prevention. The need becomes desperate. By the late 17th century and the dawn of the 18th, the accumulated fear, the political consequences of royal deaths, and the persistent demographic drain had created an intellectual and societal climate desperate for a solution. Smallpox was no longer just a disease, it was a national security threat. The failure of conventional medicine, coupled with the clear knowledge of the disease's mechanism, it was contagious, it was acute, and survival conferred immunity. Thinkers looked beyond the rigid humoral theories. The rational, evidence-based spirit of the Enlightenment was slowly taking hold, demanding a practical, technological fix for this biological problem. It was an age of pragmatic observation, and people were beginning to notice the old folk wisdom of the East. Some people, having been exposed to a mild version of the disease, were safe from the deadly kind. This realization that one could use the disease itself as a weapon against its own severity would soon open the door to the radical, controversial, and ultimately world-changing practice of variolation. The differentiation of the smallpox had successfully focused human attention, and the next step was to fight fire with fire. The biological divide, the virgin soil crisis. When Christopher Columbus first landed in the Americas in 1492, he initiated one of the greatest ecological and biological exchanges in history, an event known as the Columbian Exchange. Unfortunately, this exchange was profoundly one-sided in terms of disease. Europeans arrived armed not just with steel and gunpowder, but with a horrifying arsenal of ancient pathogens: measles, influenza, typhus, and most devastatingly, smallpox, variola major. For millennia, the indigenous populations of the Americas had been geographically isolated from the major disease reservoirs of the Old World, Europe, Asia, and Africa. While they had their own illnesses, they had never encountered the crowd diseases that had co-evolved with large, dense, Old World populations. This isolation meant that the people of the Americas were immunologically naive. They lived on virgin soil. When smallpox arrived, it met a population with absolutely zero genetic or acquired immunity, making them profoundly susceptible. For the Europeans, smallpox was a child killer with a 20 to 30% mortality rate. For the indigenous Americans, it was a sudden, species-threatening plague with mortality rates that routinely exceeded 50% and often reached 90% or more in tightly packed communities. This biological reality, entirely unforeseen by either side, became the single most powerful factor enabling the European conquest. The genesis of genocide, Cortés and the fall of the Aztec Empire. The smallpox virus arrived on the American mainland in 1520, turning Hernán Cortés's tenuous and nearly fatal expedition against the mighty Aztec Empire into an improbable victory. After being driven out of the Aztec capital of Tenochtitlan in a costly defeat known as La Noche Triste, Cortés was poised for destruction. However, the virus arrived aboard a Spanish ship from Cuba, carried by an infected African slave named Francisco de Eguía. The virus spread like wildfire through the packed city of Tenochtitlan, a metropolis of possibly 200,000 people. It struck weeks before Cortés could organize his siege. The effects were immediate and catastrophic. Mass death. The population was decimated, leaving streets littered with corpses and the infrastructure of the capital broken. Leadership vacuum. Critically, the smallpox epidemic claimed the life of the Aztec emperor Cuitlahuac, who had successfully rallied his people against the Spanish. His death, just 80 days into his reign, threw the Aztec political and military command into chaos, demoralizing the surviving defenders. By the time Cortés returned to besiege the city, the Aztec resistance was shattered, not by Spanish muskets, but by a microbe that had done the Europeans fighting for them. The fall of Tenochtitlan was a clear, brutal demonstration that smallpox was the single most effective weapon of conquest, clearing the path for European domination across Mesoamerica.
Pizarro and the collapse of the Inca Empire. The virus preceded the conquerors in South America as well, setting the stage for the downfall of the vast Inca Empire. Francisco Pizarro did not arrive in the Andean heartland until 1532.
but smallpox had reached the region years earlier, likely traveling south along ancient indigenous trade routes connecting the Aztec and Inca worlds. The virus arrived in the Inca Empire sometime around 1525, while the great emperor Huayna Capac was campaigning in the north. The plague killed the emperor and his designated heir, Ninan Kuyochi. This dual tragedy created a profound vacuum of power, triggering a brutal civil war between the emperor's two surviving sons, Atahualpa and Huáscar. By the time Pizarro and his tiny band of 168 men arrived in the Andean heartland, the Inca Empire was exhausted, politically fractured, and still reeling from the demographic shock of the initial smallpox wave. The Civil War had not only weakened the Inca military, but had distracted the leadership from the true, minuscule threat standing on the coast. Smallpox had efficiently disarmed the state, allowing Pizarro to capture Atahualpa and effectively dismantle one of the largest and most sophisticated empires in world history with minimal resistance. The ripple effect beyond the empires. The impact of smallpox was not limited to the grand, central empires. Its reach extended far beyond, acting as a corrosive force on every tribe and nation it touched. The virus continued its relentless journey across the continents, traversing mountains and plains through intertribal contact long before the Europeans arrived in person. In the Amazon basin, the coastal areas were ravaged almost immediately, clearing the way for Portuguese and later European settlements. In North America, the Iroquois Confederacy and the tribes of New England were hit hard throughout the 17th century. The sheer mortality created an immediate resource crisis, decimated hunting and farming populations, and fractured tribal organization. The survivors often faced starvation and trauma, making them politically and militarily vulnerable to the encroaching colonial powers. Smallpox was a continuous, invisible wave that softened the interior, making subsequent military actions against the diminished populations far easier for European settlers. The psychological and spiritual cataclysm. Beyond the physical death toll, smallpox inflicted a profound psychological and spiritual cataclysm upon indigenous societies. Traditional medical practices, which relied on herbal remedies, sweat lodges, or spiritual healing, were utterly powerless against the unknown virulence of variola. Loss of faith. The inability of shamans, healers, and spiritual leaders to stop the tide of death shattered trust in traditional healing systems and belief structures. Social breakdown. The disease was so rapid and virulent that entire families and villages died simultaneously. There were often not enough healthy people left to bury the dead, leading to profound trauma and cultural collapse. The hollow villages. Stories abound of explorers and settlers finding entirely depopulated areas, villages suddenly silent, crops left unharvested, and the dead unburied. This created the chilling impression of vast, empty landscapes ready for the taking, justifying the European claim that the land was terra nullius, nobody's land. The virus thus not only killed the people, but erased the visible signs of their civilization. For many indigenous groups, smallpox was not merely a disease, but a force of malevolent destruction, confirming the power and inevitability of the European invasion. The 18th century epidemics and the Plains tribes. As the United States began to expand westward in the 18th and 19th centuries, smallpox continued its role as the frontier's cruelest pioneer. The focus shifted to the nomadic and semi-nomadic tribes of the Great Plains, who were connected to the outside world primarily through the fur trade. The great smallpox epidemic of 1780 to 1782 was particularly devastating. It originated from Spanish settlements and followed the trade networks into the continental interior, hitting the Shoshone, Blackfeet, and Comanche populations with relentless ferocity.
It was often followed by mass starvation, as the sickness struck during critical hunting seasons, leaving few capable of providing food for the winter. Later, the 1837 smallpox epidemic, often considered one of the worst, was traced to the American Fur Company's steamboat, the St. Peter's, traveling up the Missouri River. Despite warnings, the boat carried infected men upriver, contaminating dozens of tribes. The Mandan people, whose culture was central to the upper Missouri trading system, were virtually annihilated, losing over 90% of their population. The tragedy of the Mandan was a grim testament to the fact that smallpox was not just a natural catastrophe, but a disaster repeatedly facilitated by European and later American movement and lack of control over infectious diseases. The question of biological warfare. The overwhelming and decisive role of smallpox in conquest has led to a controversial, painful, and historically significant question. Was smallpox intentionally used as a weapon? The most notorious incident involves the events of 1763 during Pontiac's Rebellion. At Fort Pitt, present-day Pittsburgh, the British commanding officer, Lord Geoffrey Amherst, and his subordinate, Colonel Henry Bouquet, discussed using smallpox as a biological weapon against the hostile Native American tribes besieging the fort. Historical evidence includes letters where Amherst explicitly advocates for contriving to send the smallpox among the disaffected tribes. Bouquet later ordered the distribution of blankets that had been used by smallpox patients to Native American emissaries. While the efficacy and direct impact of this specific act on the subsequent outbreaks are debated among historians, the historical documentation confirms the chilling intent of some colonial leaders to use smallpox as a military tool. This intent, combined with the proven devastating effect of the disease, solidified the tragic narrative that smallpox was not just an accident of history, but at times a deliberate instrument of extermination. The unending toll and the legacy of loss. The true death toll of smallpox in the Americas is impossible to calculate precisely, but estimates range from 50 million to 100 million people over the centuries following first contact. Some historians estimate that up to 95% of the total indigenous population of the Americas perished from Old World diseases, with smallpox leading the charge. This event is often cited as the greatest demographic collapse in human history. The legacy of this smallpox-driven conquest is central to understanding the modern history and identity of the Americas. Land ownership. The vast, seemingly empty lands that became available to settlers were emptied by the virus, facilitating rapid European expansion. Cultural amnesia. The death of millions also meant the loss of countless languages, traditions, histories, and technological knowledge, an irreparable cultural erasure. Intergenerational trauma. The deep, unresolved trauma caused by the sudden, inexplicable slaughter of ancestors continues to affect indigenous communities today. The silent passenger from the Old World's ancient river valleys became the most destructive weapon of conquest in the New World. It was this unrelenting, invisible enemy that fundamentally allowed for the European remapping of the Western Hemisphere, establishing a debt of suffering that would eventually compel the world to seek its complete and final eradication. The great leap of logic, fighting fire with fire. The profound psychological and demographic toll of smallpox, especially in the densely populated empires of Asia, eventually drove humanity toward a radical realization. The disease itself held the key to its own prevention. For millennia, it was observed that those who survived smallpox were immune to subsequent infections. The problem was the high price of survival, death, blindness, or debilitating disfigurement. The breakthrough idea, originating simultaneously but independently across several ancient cultures, was to intentionally expose a healthy person to a mild form of the disease in a controlled manner, thereby guaranteeing immunity with a much lower risk of death than natural infection.
This practice, known as variolation, derived from variola, the virus's name, represented the first true epidemiological defense strategy in history. It was a calculated, terrifying gamble, the deliberate introduction of a fatal disease into a healthy body. But in societies where the natural mortality rate of smallpox was 20% to 50%, a procedure that reduced the risk of death to 1% or 2% was seen not as recklessness, but as a moral imperative and a triumph of folk wisdom over fatalism. This quiet, ancient wisdom, far from the halls of European academic medicine, laid the groundwork for the modern science of vaccination. The Chinese method, insufflation, and the power of the past. The earliest well-documented practice of variolation originates in China, likely centuries before it appeared elsewhere. The Chinese method was known as insufflation, or nose blowing. Physicians or folk practitioners would take dried smallpox scabs, collected from a patient recovering from a mild case of the disease, and grind them into a fine powder. This powder was then blown into the nostril of the healthy recipient, often using a small tube. Key features of Chinese variolation. Timing. The scabs were often stored for weeks to months, a crucial step that lowered the virulence of the sample. Selection. Practitioners consciously sought scabs from patients who had experienced a very light infection, ensuring the mildest possible strain was used. Technique. Sometimes the scabs were mixed with herbs or musk to make the process more palatable. For boys, the powder was blown into the left nostril. For girls, the right, a traditional balancing of energies. Records from the reign of Emperor Kangxi, 1661 to 1722, provide detailed accounts of the practice, though historians suggest it was common in the provinces centuries earlier, possibly dating back to the 10th century. Emperor Kangxi himself was a staunch advocate, having lost both his mother and his own health to smallpox, and later established the procedure as mandatory for his army and imperial family. The Chinese approach was a testament to meticulous empirical observation. It was not guided by germ theory, but by the undeniable evidence of successful, controlled immunity. The Indian tradition, scarification, and the tika ritual. In the Indian subcontinent, variolation developed along distinct lines, rooted deeply in religious and local healing traditions. This practice was known as tika, meaning a mark or a spot. Unlike the nasal method of the Chinese, the Indian method was dermal, applied to the skin. The ritual of the tika. The material, the variolator, often an itinerant Brahmin priest, would take a piece of cloth or cotton moistened with fresh, active pus, not dried scabs, taken directly from a mild smallpox pustule. The application. The practitioner would make small, shallow scratches or pricks on the recipient's arm, often on the forearm or wrist, using a needle or lancet. The moistened material was then rubbed into these superficial wounds. The process. This intentional inoculation would usually result in a localized infection at the site, followed by a milder systemic reaction, fever and a light rash, compared to natural infection. The resulting pox, if any, were fewer and less severe. The Indian practice, though medically similar to later European methods, was inextricably linked to the worship of Shitala Mata, the smallpox goddess. The variolator was a spiritual intermediary, not just a physician. The ritualistic nature of the tika, involving prayers and specific preparation, made it culturally acceptable and reinforced the perception that the procedure was a controlled appeasement of the divine force, rather than a purely medical act. Evidence of tika exists in written texts and oral traditions, dating back possibly to the 16th century, demonstrating a long-standing, locally refined method of controlled inoculation. Variolation in Africa, the Ashanti and West African methods. The practice of controlled inoculation was also indigenous to West Africa, particularly among the communities of the Gold Coast, modern Ghana, and Sudan. This tradition developed independently of the Asian methods and was documented by European observers long before variolation became common practice in London or Boston. African dermal inoculation. The procedure, similar to the Indian method, the African practice involved inoculating the skin. However, the sites were often varied and deliberate, a small cut made on the hand, the forehead, or the foot. The material, pustular material, was scraped from a victim and rubbed vigorously into the cut until bleeding occurred. The cultural context. The procedure was a communal decision, usually performed by an elder or a designated healer. It was a rite of passage, an essential step for survival in societies constantly threatened by recurring outbreaks. This West African knowledge became critically important during the transatlantic slave trade. Enslaved Africans carried this knowledge with them to the New World, and it was through an enslaved man in Boston named Onesimus that the practice first entered the attention of American colonial society, a profound yet often overlooked instance of medical knowledge being transferred from Africa to the West. The West African tradition emphasizes that the knowledge of controlled infection was a universal, human response to the terrifying reality of smallpox, demonstrating sophisticated empirical understanding across continents. The bridge to the West. Variolation in the Ottoman Empire. The Ottoman Empire served as the crucial geographical and cultural bridge that introduced the practice of variolation from its eastern origins to the European West. By the late 17th and early 18th centuries, Istanbul, Constantinople, was a massive, cosmopolitan city, serving as the hub of global trade and diplomacy, linking Asia, Africa, and Europe. In the Ottoman context, the method used was almost exclusively dermal inoculation, similar to the Indian and African practices. It was widely performed in the Greek and Turkish communities. The procedure was gentle and socially accepted, often carried out by old women, and was typically performed during large gatherings or pox parties to ensure everyone received the benefits simultaneously. The Ottoman method and its appeal. Efficiency. The success rate was visible and well known. Survivors of the inoculated smallpox were noticeably healthier than those who survived the natural, often deadly, infection. Publicity. Foreign travelers, merchants, and diplomats stationed in Istanbul were first-hand witnesses to the practice and its success in mitigating the worst effects of the endemic smallpox. The Ottoman Empire, therefore, provided the necessary credibility and proximity for European elites to take serious notice of the technique, leading directly to the pivotal intervention of Lady Mary Montagu.
First Western encounters, travelers, and skeptics. Before Lady Montagu's advocacy, accounts of variolation filtered into Europe through various channels, usually from travelers and medical observers who were initially met with skepticism and derision. Emmanuel Timony, 1713, a Greek physician working in Constantinople, Timony wrote to the Royal Society of London detailing the Ottoman practice of inoculation. He described the procedure and its successful outcomes, offering the first clear medical account to the British scientific community. Giacomo Pillarini, 1715, the Venetian consul in Smyrna, Izmir, also sent an account to the Royal Society. He not only described the procedure, but provided the first statistical evidence, noting the significantly lower mortality rate from the induced infection compared to the natural disease. Despite the compelling testimony, the reaction in Europe was one of profound distrust. To the established European medical community, steeped in humoral theory and Greek tradition, the idea of deliberately injecting a person with a disease was barbaric, unscientific, and morally indefensible. The concept violated the core belief that physicians should never introduce illness. It would take personal tragedy and aristocratic conviction to overcome this entrenched skepticism. The legacy of Eastern wisdom. The practice of variolation, developed independently across China, India, and Africa, represents one of the greatest contributions of non-Western medicine to global health. It demonstrated a pragmatic, observational genius that bypassed the philosophical constraints of the West. Empiricism over theory. These methods were not based on understanding the variola virus itself, but on the empirical law of immunity, survive a mild exposure, and you are protected from severe exposure. A global innovation. The variety of techniques, nasal insufflation, dermal scarification, underscores the independent development of the concept, a testament to human ingenuity in the face of a universal enemy. By the 18th century, the knowledge honed in the courts of Chinese emperors, the shrines of Indian priests, and the villages of West Africa were poised to become the most important medical intervention of the era. The knowledge, finally transferred via the dynamic, cross-cultural setting of the Ottoman Empire, arrived in the West just as the escalating virulence of smallpox made any solution, no matter how risky, absolutely necessary. The stage was set for Lady Montagu to force a hesitant Europe to accept this wisdom from the East. The personal toll, a tragedy and a vow. The story of variolation's introduction to the Western world is not one of detached scientific discovery, but of personal tragedy and aristocratic determination. Lady Mary Wortley Montagu, 1689 to 1762, was a brilliant, highly educated, and widely admired woman of the English elite, a renowned poet and wit of the Augustan age. Her personal encounter with smallpox, however, served as the catalyst for her medical revolution. In 1715, Montagu contracted smallpox. The disease did not kill her, but it did the next worst thing. It terribly disfigured her, destroying her celebrated beauty and leaving her eyebrows gone and her face deeply pitted with pockmarks. The physical alteration was a profound psychological blow. Worse still, in 1713, she had witnessed the disease claim the life of her beloved younger brother, William. These experiences galvanized her resolve. She saw smallpox not as an inevitable natural force, but as a curable tyranny. When her husband, Edward Wortley Montagu, was appointed the British ambassador to the Ottoman Empire in 1716, she embarked on the journey with a singular, fierce determination to seek out any defense against the scourge that had ravaged her family and her appearance. Constantinople, witnessing the Ottoman custom. Lady Montagu's 18 months in Constantinople, 1716 to 1718, provided her with a unique, first-hand view of a public health success story unknown in the West. Through her access to the Ottoman court and local society, she witnessed the widespread practice of engrafting, the term used for variolation in the Levant. The procedure was so common and so successful that smallpox was treated with a calmness utterly foreign to the panic of London. In her famous Turkish embassy letters, she meticulously documented the practice. She described how elderly women would perform the procedure by scratching the skin of a healthy person and inserting a small amount of pus taken from a mild smallpox pustule. She noted, "The smallpox, so fatal and so general among us, is here rendered absolutely harmless by the invention of engrafting. There is no example of anyone that has died in it." Montagu was struck by the deliberate, ceremonial, and casual nature of the procedure, often performed during social gatherings among neighbors. The mortality rate was visibly lower than the natural infection, and the scars were minimal. This empirical evidence, seen with her own eyes, was powerful enough to overcome centuries of European medical dogma. It was powerful enough to overcome centuries of European medical dogma. The crucial experiment, inoculating her son. Montagu was not content to be a mere observer. She became a decisive actor. In March 1718, facing a fresh smallpox threat in Constantinople, she made a monumental decision. She had her 5-year-old son, Edward Jr., inoculated. She did not entrust the procedure to a local Turkish woman, but to the embassy surgeon, Charles Maitland, instructing him precisely on the local method. The procedure was a success. Her son endured a mild fever and a few localized pustules, recovering quickly and fully. This single act was the watershed moment in Western medical history. Montagu had staked her social reputation and the life of her son on a folk practice from a culture that many in Britain considered backward. Her successful inoculation of a member of the British aristocracy, performed by a British surgeon, provided irrefutable proof that the technique was safe and effective. It was the crucial bridge between observation and implementation. Returning to skepticism, the London reception. When Lady Montagu returned to London in 1718, she became the chief evangelist for variolation, but her efforts were met with immediate, fierce, and multifaceted opposition. The resistance stemmed from several interconnected factors. Medical conservatism. The Royal College of Physicians dismissed the procedure as barbaric and unscientific. To inject disease was anathema to humoral theory and the Hippocratic Oath. They viewed the practice, sourced from unlearned Turks and heathen Asia, as beneath the dignity of European science. Theological objections. Many clergy vehemently condemned variolation as an impious act, a presumptuous attempt to interfere with God's will. If God intended a child to die of smallpox, to intervene was seen as a grave sin. The disease was viewed as a divine punishment for sin. To cheat it was to defy heaven. Social prejudice. Montagu, a woman, was challenging male medical authority. Furthermore, the knowledge came from the Ottoman Empire, a non-Christian enemy. This xenophobia fueled the narrative that the practice was crude and unreliable. Montagu faced ridicule and ostracization. She lamented in her later writings, "I am patriot enough to take pains to bring this useful invention into fashion in England, and I should not fail to persuade myself that I am doing good service to the world. The common people look upon me as a murderer." The royal experiment, the princesses and the condemned. Despite the initial hostility, Montagu found a crucial ally. Caroline, Princess of Wales, later Queen Caroline. In 1721, a major smallpox epidemic swept through London, coinciding with Montagu's determined advocacy. When the princess expressed fear for her children, Montagu seized the moment. The princess arranged for a trial on condemned prisoners in Newgate Prison, a cynical but necessary compromise to test the procedure without risking the lives of high-born individuals. 6 prisoners, in exchange for their freedom, underwent variolation. The trial was a success. All 6 survived the mild induced infection. A subsequent trial on charity school orphans further confirmed the safety. Satisfied with the results, in April 1722, the princess had her 2 young daughters, Princess Amelia and Princess Caroline, variolated. This was the true turning point. The inoculation of 2 members of the royal family instantly legitimized the procedure in the eyes of the British elite. It transformed variolation from a Turkish folk remedy into a politically and socially acceptable medical practice.
Charles Maitland and the professionalization of variolation. The shift from a folk practice to a professional medical procedure was largely led by Dr. Charles Maitland, the surgeon who had inoculated Montagu's son. Maitland was the first to publish a detailed account of the procedure in London, lending it necessary medical authority. However, the medical adoption of variolation was slow and cautious. The procedure was expensive and required careful management. It was largely confined to the wealthy, who could afford a surgeon and the necessary isolation period, typically 6 weeks, required after inoculation to prevent them from spreading the full-blown disease to others. The early mortality rate of variolation in European hands, while dramatically lower than natural smallpox, was still significant, estimated at around 1 to 2%, compared to 20 to 30% natural. This meant that the practice, while a massive step forward, remained controversial. Every variolation death was seized upon by critics, both religious and medical, as proof that the procedure was a dangerous, God-defying act. This high-stakes context required physicians to become not just medical practitioners, but skilled risk assessors and patient educators. The social stratification of protection.
During the 18th century, variolation was, for decades, a therapy of the privileged. The reasons for this stratification were purely logistical and economic. Cost. The fees charged by surgeons and the cost of isolation, renting a separate house or withdrawing from society, were prohibitive for the working class. Time. The procedure required weeks of recovery in quarantine, which working-class families simply could not afford to take off from labor. Access to expertise. Only the elite had access to the well-trained physicians who knew how to correctly select the mildest material and manage the fever. Thus, smallpox remained primarily a disease of the poor, while the wealthy elite could purchase protection. This stratification created a moral and public health dilemma. A proven defense existed, but society's economic structures prevented its universal application, highlighting the deep class divisions embedded in 18th century healthcare. The Montagu legacy, paving the way for Jenner. Lady Montagu's tireless campaigning, which continued for years through her social network and correspondence, fundamentally changed the narrative around smallpox in Britain and, crucially, in the American colonies, as detailed in the next section. She did not invent variolation. She acted as the crucial cultural intermediary and risk-taker necessary to transplant the idea from east to west. Her contribution was twofold. 1. Challenging authority. She demonstrated that empirical observation from outside the Western medical establishment could yield superior results to centuries of European dogma. 2. Royal legitimacy. By securing the inoculation of the royal family, she gave the practice the social and political sanction required to ensure its survival against religious and medical backlash. Lady Montagu's revolution paved the way for the massive advancements that followed. By establishing the principle that controlled infection could prevent natural disease, she created the intellectual and social environment where Edward Jenner's later, safer innovation, vaccination, would not just be discovered, but rapidly accepted. Her personal courage turned a foreign folk custom into the world's first widely practiced prophylactic medicine. The Puritan city on the hill, a community primed for crisis. By the early 18th century, Boston, Massachusetts, stood as the largest and most influential city in British North America, a thriving port and the intellectual center of Puritan culture. Despite its prosperity, Boston was fundamentally vulnerable to smallpox. Its close-knit, highly moralistic society lived under the constant shadow of divine judgment, which often manifested as disease. For the Puritan mind, epidemics were seen as literal visitations of God's wrath, a punishment for collective sin. This deeply ingrained theological perspective would fuel the intensity of the debate over variolation. The citizens were not just fighting a virus, they were fighting over the very nature of divine sovereignty and the limits of human intervention in the face of suffering. The smallpox epidemic of 1721 would become a crucible, forcing the colony to choose between traditional fatalism and daring scientific pragmatism. The source of the knowledge, Onesimus and the African tradition. The true, unacknowledged catalyst for the Boston experiment was an enslaved man named Onesimus. He was a gift to the prominent Puritan minister, the Reverend Cotton Mather, around 1706. Mather, a prodigious scholar and one of the most influential intellectuals in the colonies, was intrigued by Onesimus, whom he found intelligent and observant. Mather asked Onesimus about medical practices in his native Africa. Onesimus described a procedure used among his people, likely from the Gold Coast or Sudan, to prevent smallpox by making a small cut in the skin and introducing a small amount of pus from a mild smallpox case. He reported that those who underwent the procedure suffered a controlled illness and were thereafter immune. Mather recorded this knowledge in 1716, long before Lady Montagu's advocacy became widely known in London, noting that Onesimus was not a little prided in the information. Mather's interest was initially purely anthropological, but the knowledge lay dormant, a revolutionary piece of folk wisdom housed in the study of one of colonial America's most conservative theologians. Onesimus, a silent victim of the slave trade, thus brought to America the same tradition that Lady Montagu learned from the Ottomans, demonstrating the universality of this life-saving African and Asian medical practice. Cotton Mather's conversion: theology meets empiricism. Cotton Mather was an unlikely champion for variolation. As a minister, his first instinct was to attribute the 1721 epidemic, which began in April, to divine displeasure. Yet Mather was also a member of the Royal Society of London and deeply engaged with modern science. He had read the accounts of variolation sent by Timoni and Pilarini from Constantinople, and the African tradition recounted by Onesimus provided empirical confirmation. Mather's dilemma was profound. How could he reconcile his Puritan faith, which saw disease as God's rod, with a procedure that essentially sought to preempt God's judgment? He concluded that since the procedure had a high success rate and was a proven medical technique from around the world, it must be a gift of God, a divinely inspired means of protection. He resolved his theological conflict by arguing that variolation was not defying God, but wisely using the natural means of preservation that God had provided. Mather thus became variolation's most powerful, articulate, and deeply controversial American advocate. Dr. Zabdiel Boylston, the sole practitioner. Mather's initial efforts to persuade Boston's medical community to adopt variolation was a complete failure. The physicians, led by Dr. William Douglas, the only physician in Boston with a formal medical degree, dismissed the practice as rash, dangerous, and foreign. Only one physician, Dr. Zabdiel Boylston, was willing to listen. Boylston was a local surgeon, not a university-trained doctor, and thus perhaps less bound by academic conservatism. On June 27, 1721, encouraged by Mather, Boylston performed the first variolations in the American colonies on his 6-year-old son Thomas and 2 of his slaves. The procedure was a medical success, producing mild symptoms and full recovery. However, the social and political reaction was immediately hostile. Boylston had operated without consulting the selectmen, town council, or the medical community. The town was gripped by fear, and the idea of deliberately introducing the deadly smallpox virus, even in a controlled manner, seemed like an act of madness and public endangerment. Boylston was immediately threatened with mob violence and narrowly escaped arrest by the town authorities.
The birth of American medical journalism. The 1721 Boston smallpox epidemic became the stage for the colony's first major public health controversy, played out in an intense and often vicious battle of pamphlets and newspapers. The debate pitted Mather and Boylston against the bulk of the city's medical and political establishment. The anti-inoculation side, the New England Current, led by Dr. William Douglas and fueled by the firebrand printer James Franklin, brother of Benjamin Franklin, they argued that variolation was unnatural and immoral, an interference with providence and a sin. Contagious, variolated patients could spread full-blown smallpox, endangering the public. And unproven, a crude practice from unlearned heathens and slaves. The pro-inoculation side, Mather's pamphlets. Mather and Boylston retaliated with statistics and scripture, insisting that the procedure was a divinely sanctioned defense and detailing the vastly lower mortality rate of inoculated patients compared to natural infection. The newspapers became weapons, with Mather and Douglas trading insults and increasingly elaborate theological and medical justifications. This unprecedented public debate marked the beginning of public medical discourse in America, where scientific fact was instantly and fiercely politicized. The terror and the numbers, variolation's statistical triumph. As the epidemic raged through the summer and fall of 1721, the efficacy of variolation became undeniable, despite the social uproar.
Inoculated patients suffered, but they rarely died, whereas the natural smallpox was merciless. The final statistics of the 1721 epidemic. Total population of Boston, approximately 11,000. Total cases of smallpox, 5,889, over half the population. Deaths from natural smallpox, 844. Mortality rate, natural, approximately 14.3%. Variolation results as compiled by Boylston. Total inoculated, 287 people, risking their lives against public fury. Deaths from inoculation, 6. Mortality rate, variolation, approximately 2.1%. The numbers were staggering. A person who submitted to variolation was 7 times less likely to die than a person who waited for natural infection. This brutal statistical reality, a triumph of observation and arithmetic over theological dogma, was the final, irrefutable argument in favor of the procedure. It convinced many fearful colonists and slowly began to shift the political ground in favor of Boylston. The attack on Mather, the ultimate act of resistance. The public fury against Mather and Boylston escalated to physical violence. Opponents of variolation saw Mather as the embodiment of an arrogant, overreaching elite who was experimenting on the bodies and souls of the public. On November 13, 1721, the conflict culminated in a direct attack on Cotton Mather. A lit grenade was thrown through his window, hitting his bedchamber. Attached to the fuse was a note warning Mather, "Cotton Mather, you dog! Damn you! I'll inoculate you with this, with a pox to you." The grenade failed to explode, but the message was clear. The rage against variolation was life-threatening. This incident marks one of the earliest documented instances of violence spurred by a public health debate in American history. The attack, however, ironically strengthened Mather's resolve, and in the eyes of many framed the debate not as one between doctor and doctor, but between the forces of scientific light and reactionary darkness. The failure of the grenade to detonate was naturally interpreted by Mather and his allies as a sign of divine favor for the practice. The enduring legacy of the Boston experiment. The 1721 Boston smallpox epidemic did not immediately make variolation universal, but it ensured its survival in the American colonies. The experiment had 3 lasting legacies. 1. Statistical authority. It was the first major medical procedure in America to be successfully justified primarily through statistical evidence. The numbers, meticulously recorded by Boylston, spoke louder than any sermon or medical treatise. 2. African medical debt. It demonstrated that crucial life-saving medical knowledge could and did originate outside the European tradition through the contributions of enslaved peoples like Onesimus, a debt that was shamefully minimized in the historical record. 3. The American precedent. The debate established a pattern for future American health crises, an immediate, often aggressive confrontation between scientific innovation, religious skepticism, anti-authority populism, and medical conservatism. The battle lines drawn in 1721, science versus tradition, public safety versus personal liberty, would echo through every major public health crisis right up to the modern era of vaccine hesitancy. The successful, though contested introduction of variolation in Boston proved that the New World was ready to embrace a radical form of defense, preparing the path for a wider adoption that would become essential during the coming crucible of the American Revolution. The dilemma of choice, a terrifying calculus. The introduction of variolation, the deliberate inoculation of smallpox material, forced individuals and societies across the Western world into an unprecedented and terrifying ethical dilemma. For centuries, the medical imperative had been to cure the sick and to prevent illness,
Variolation required the physician to actively cause a potentially fatal disease in a healthy person. This practice was the ultimate demonstration of medical utilitarianism, accepting a small controlled risk of death around 2% to avoid a large uncontrolled risk of death around 20 to 30%. The choice, however, was not simple arithmetic. It was a profound moral calculus. If a patient died from natural smallpox, it was seen as an act of God. If they died from variolation, the fault lay squarely on the practitioner and the parent who chose the procedure. This shift in responsibility from providence to human agency became the central ethical battleground of the 18th century, challenging legal, theological, and moral conventions that had governed life and death for millennia. Variolation was not just a medical procedure, it was the world's first major test of proactive, calculated risk in public health. The theological backlash, interfering with providence. The fiercest and most widespread opposition to variolation stemmed from theology. In both Puritan New England and Anglican Britain, smallpox was widely understood to be a scourge of God, a mechanism by which the Almighty punished personal or societal sin. To actively inoculate oneself was therefore interpreted by many conservative clergy as an attempt to usurp divine authority or to prevent the wise ends of God's providence. The sin of presumption. The argument went that man should accept his lot and patiently wait for God's will, whether that meant life or death. To tempt fate by deliberately contracting the disease was deemed a sin of presumption. Prominent religious figures thundered from pulpits, declaring variolation to be the devil's own invention. Pro-variolation clergy, like Cotton Mather, responded by arguing that reason and empirical evidence were also gifts from God. They framed the practice not as defying providence, but as utilizing the natural means of self-preservation that God had embedded in the world. They pointed to biblical figures who used human ingenuity to survive hardship, successfully rebranding the procedure as an act of pious wisdom rather than impious defiance. This theological stalemate was critical because in the 18th century, religious authority held far greater sway over public opinion than medical science. Before a parent considered the physical risk, they had to resolve the question of the procedure's spiritual legality.
Contagion and the community. The most potent and ethically legitimate argument against variolation concerned public safety. Variolation was not vaccination. It involved introducing a live, active strain of the variola virus into the community. The variolated patient, for the duration of their mild illness, was contagious and capable of transmitting the full, deadly natural smallpox to others who had not been inoculated, endangering the non-inoculated. Critics argued that wealthy families who inoculated their children were protecting themselves at the expense of the poor and non-immune. If a variolated child inadvertently started a new, natural smallpox outbreak, the innocent victims would have died because of the privileged family's choice. The need for quarantine. This dilemma forced a legal system to grapple with the first modern public health mandates. Variolation could only be ethically defensible if it was accompanied by strict quarantine. Towns passed laws requiring variolated individuals to be confined to pest houses or isolated homes for several weeks. These laws, however, were difficult to enforce, expensive, and often resented as an infringement on personal liberty. The variolation crisis thus established the fundamental ethical tension that defines public health to this day. Does the individual have the right to accept a medical risk, or does that individual's choice forfeit the community's right to be protected from contagion? Social justice and the cost of protection. In the 18th century, variolation was, for decades, a therapy of the privileged, creating a stark ethical distinction based on class and wealth. Cost barrier. The procedure itself was expensive, and the mandatory quarantine period was even more so. A poor family could not afford the fees, nor could they take a parent out of work and confine a child for weeks without income. Consequently, the wealthy elite could purchase immunity and survival, while the poor were left to face the natural infection with its high fatality rate. The ethical concerns were heightened by the practice of testing the procedure on marginalized populations. The Newgate prison experiment in London, where variolation was tested on condemned criminals in exchange for freedom, raised profound questions about consent and the use of the vulnerable as experimental subjects. Similarly, the early American variolations were often performed on enslaved people, like Onesimus and his companions, whose ability to grant true consent was legally and morally compromised. This class disparity turned the morality of risk into a matter of social justice, fueling the resentment of the non-elite, who viewed variolation not as a medical miracle, but as a symbol of aristocratic self-preservation. Informed consent, a concept in its infancy. The variolation debate inadvertently birthed the rudimentary concept of informed consent. Given the very real risk of death associated with the procedure, the practitioner had a moral obligation to thoroughly educate the patient or the parent about the potential outcomes. The practitioner's burden. Surgeons like Zabdiel Boylston found themselves not only performing the procedure, but also engaging in prolonged, detailed discussions with anxious parents. They had to clearly state the statistics. Yes, your child may die, but the chance is significantly lower if we do nothing. This necessitated a new level of honesty and transparency in the doctor-patient relationship, moving away from the paternalistic secrecy of earlier medicine. The pressure on parents. For a parent, the decision was agonizing. They were choosing to give their child a disease, effectively becoming the agent of their child's potential death, yet knowing that not choosing was almost certainly condemning the child to a far greater risk later. The variolation crisis forced parents to become the primary ethical decision-makers regarding their child's health risks, a terrifying power shift. The high stakes of variolation forced the medical community to begin wrestling with the ethics of risk communication, setting an essential precedent for clinical trials and patient rights. Legal and legislative responses, the power of the state. The public health threat posed by contagious variolated patients compelled governments to intervene, creating early forms of medical regulation and legal oversight. Mandatory quarantine. Colonial legislatures and European parliaments were forced to pass laws specifically targeting variolation. In some areas, the practice was entirely outlawed for fear of contagion. In others, it was permitted only in specific, isolated locations. The law of responsibility. If a variolated person caused an outbreak that led to a death, the legal question was whether the inoculator or the parent could be charged with manslaughter. This legal ambiguity underscored the novelty of the ethical problem. The law had no precedent for punishing a life-saving procedure, yet demonstrably risky. The eventual resolution, which protected practitioners who followed established safety protocols, signaled the state's eventual acceptance of the procedure as a net public good. These legal battles cemented the principle that a medical procedure, even if effective, could be subject to state control if it posed a significant risk to the non-consenting public.
The American Revolution's catalyst. Despite the theological and ethical resistance, the American colonies, fueled by the practical success of the Boston experiment, gradually moved toward acceptance. This shift was violently accelerated by the advent of the American Revolutionary War, 1775 to 1783. Military necessity. Smallpox was an existential threat to the Continental Army, striking down more soldiers than British bullets. General Washington recognized the devastating risk. A natural smallpox epidemic could cripple his forces entirely. The mandate. In 1777, George Washington made a radical and ethically courageous decision. He secretly ordered the mandatory variolation of all American troops, both those already in the field and all new recruits. This move was one of the most important public health decisions in military history. Washington effectively decreed that the collective good of the war effort outweighed the individual risks associated with variolation. This unprecedented military application, forcing thousands of men to face the small, controlled risk, finally settled the American debate. Washington's success in mitigating smallpox among his troops demonstrated that the variola virus could be controlled and that the calculated collective acceptance of risk was a necessary tool for survival in the face of a greater existential threat. The moral calculus had finally tipped decisively in favor of intervention. The ethical bridge to vaccination. The long and contentious debate over the morality of risk inherent in variolation ultimately prepared the Western world for the far safer innovation that would follow. The centuries of struggle, the theological debates, the legal battles over quarantine, the agonizing choices of parents, and the eventual military mandate created a crucial intellectual foundation. Variolation taught humanity three essential lessons. 1. Immunity is achievable. The body can be taught to resist disease. 2. Risk is justifiable. A small, calculated risk is acceptable to prevent a large natural catastrophe. And 3. Public health requires mandate. In a contagious disease crisis, the state has a right to intervene for the greater good. This painful, protracted ethical struggle ensured that when Edward Jenner introduced cowpox-based vaccination, a procedure that offered the benefits of immunity without the risk of death or the danger of contagion, the world was ready to listen. The morality of risk associated with variolation made the morality of the risk-free vaccination an immediate and profound triumph. The terrifying moral calculus of the 18th century paved the way for the ethical certainty of the 19th. A world desperate for a safer alternative. By the late 18th century, variolation had spread throughout Europe and America, hailed as a necessary defense but still carrying a terrifying burden. It offered a crucial advantage, a 2% mortality rate versus a 20 to 30% natural rate. But it was inherently flawed. The procedure was expensive, required weeks of quarantine, and most critically, it still risked spreading the deadly disease through contagious patients. Society longed for a defense that offered immunity without the risk of death or the danger of contagion. This desperation turned attention to the countryside, far from the academic halls of London and Paris, where a quiet, persistent piece of folk wisdom had circulated for generations. Rural life, intimately tied to animals, provided a unique laboratory of comparative pathology. It was among the farmers and the dairy workers, the milkmaids, that the profound connection between a mild animal ailment and human smallpox immunity was not a theory, but a known, observable fact. This localized, anecdotal knowledge provided the perfect foundation for a breakthrough that would change global public health forever. Cowpox and the farmyard connection. The central piece of this folk knowledge revolved around cowpox, a mild viral infection of cattle, vaccinia virus or a related orthopox virus. Cowpox typically manifested as blister-like lesions on the udders of cattle. When milkmaids or dairy workers milked infected cows, the virus could be transmitted to their hands, causing similar, localized blisters, fever, and discomfort. Unlike smallpox, cowpox was rarely systemic, almost never fatal, and left minimal scarring. The crucial observation, widely shared among the farming community in Gloucestershire, England, where Edward Jenner lived, was this: milkmaids who had suffered from cowpox never contracted smallpox. The visible immunity. A milkmaid with pockmarks on her hands, the result of cowpox exposure, was often deliberately exposed to smallpox victims during local epidemics and, strikingly, remained healthy. The social stigma. Paradoxically, this immunity carried a unique social stigma.
Milkmaids were often viewed as undesirable marriage partners because they had blemishes on their hands. However, physicians would later seek them out as living proof of immunity. This local wisdom was often treated as an amusing anecdote or superstition by the sophisticated urban doctors, but for the rural working class, it was a biological truth recognized every day in the dairy. The young physician's ear. Edward Jenner's apprenticeship. Edward Jenner was born and raised in Gloucestershire, the heartland of this cowpox lore. Unlike his urban counterparts, he spent his youth surrounded by the very people who carried this crucial knowledge. The most famous anecdote from Jenner's early life occurred during his apprenticeship in Sodbury. A young dairy worker came to his surgery seeking help for a rash. When smallpox was mentioned, she confidently declared, "I cannot take the smallpox, for I have had the cowpox." This seemingly casual remark, a statement of undeniable fact in her community, deeply impressed the young Jenner. Jenner's education was a mix of the traditional and the innovative. He later trained in London under the famous surgeon and anatomist, John Hunter. Hunter's philosophy, "Why think? Why not try the experiment?" was a direct challenge to the old, theory-driven medicine. Hunter instilled in Jenner a profound respect for empirical evidence and meticulous observation. Jenner brought the folk knowledge of the milkmaids to Hunter's attention, and Hunter, unlike the dismissive London doctors, encouraged his young protege to investigate it scientifically. This combination of deep rural observation and rigorous scientific training was the perfect foundation for his eventual breakthrough. The challenge of spurious cowpox and meticulous differentiation. Jenner's journey from anecdotal observation to scientific hypothesis was not straightforward. For years, he struggled to differentiate between genuine cowpox, which conferred immunity, and various other puscular diseases of cattle or horses that did not confer immunity. He coined the term spurious cowpox for these look-alike infections. This required meticulous comparative pathology, visiting farms, observing the lesions on the cows, tracking the resulting symptoms in the milkmaids, and most importantly, testing the immunity of those individuals against subsequent smallpox exposure, both natural and variolated. Jenner realized that timing was key. The lesions had to be at a specific stage to transmit the protective factor. Source matters. Some protective material came from horses, horsepox, or grease, which Jenner eventually recognized was likely a related strain of the same virus. This dedicated differentiation work, spanning 2 decades, elevated the milkmaid secret from folklore to a highly specific scientific hypothesis. Jenner spent years gathering and confirming case studies, meticulously tracking the medical history of farm workers to ensure that their cowpox infection was indeed followed by lifelong protection against smallpox.
A safer substitute for variolation. By the 1790s, Jenner had moved back to his hometown of Berkeley, Gloucestershire, and consolidated his hypothesis. The logic was revolutionary and compellingly simple. 1. Observation. Exposure to cowpox prevents smallpox. 2. Variolation risk. The current smallpox inoculation, variolation, carries a 2% risk of death and a 100% risk of contagion. 3. Hypothesis. If cowpox material is intentionally introduced into a human, it should confer immunity to smallpox without risking death and without causing contagion to others, since cowpox is not smallpox. Jenner understood the profound ethical advantage. He realized that the greatest moral objection to variolation, the risk of death and the danger to the community, could be completely eliminated by substituting a milder, non-human related virus. He was not just inventing a new procedure, he was solving the 18th century's greatest public health dilemma. His hypothesis was that cowpox was the world's first truly safe, risk-free prophylactic. setting the stage for the first experiment. Jenner's intellectual environment had to be ready for his experiment. The preceding century of variolation had already won the critical social and theological debates, making his next step possible. The principle of immunity was accepted. Cotton Mather and Lady Montagu had already convinced the West that controlled exposure to a milder form of the disease could prevent the fatal form. Jenner merely needed to replace the mild smallpox with cowpox. The desperation for safety. The upper classes who were using variolation were acutely aware of its inherent danger. They were ready to embrace any scientifically credible alternative that eliminated the 2% risk of killing their own child. The Enlightenment mindset. John Hunter's emphasis on empiricism and controlled testing provided the intellectual framework. Jenner understood that a single, clear, controlled experiment, followed by a challenge, would provide the necessary proof. He realized that the test had to be definitive. Inoculate a person with cowpox, and then, months later, deliberately infect that same person with full-strength smallpox material. If the person remained healthy, the hypothesis would be proven. The precedent of Benjamin Jesty, 1774. Jenner was not the first person to attempt cowpox inoculation. History holds up the example of Benjamin Jesty, a farmer in Yetminster, Dorset, who in 1774 took the folk knowledge a step further. Jesty had suffered cowpox himself and was immune. When a smallpox epidemic swept his area, he worried for his family. He took a darning needle, scraped pus from the udder of one of his infected cows, and inoculated his wife and 2 sons. They all suffered a mild reaction and later proved immune when exposed to smallpox. Jesty, a humble farmer, was perhaps the true pioneer of vaccination. However, Jesty's act was isolated, undocumented by medical professionals, and dismissed as a fluke by his neighbors. Jenner's genius lay not in being the first to try the experiment, but in being the first to systematically study, document, publish, and scientifically champion the hypothesis to the global medical community. Jesty's success provided historical affirmation of the folk wisdom. Jenner's work provided the scientific basis and the global movement. The unveiling of the secret. The culmination of this folk wisdom, decades of Jenner's meticulous observation, and the desperation for a safer public health tool all converged on a single moment in time. The milkmaid's secret, that the scars on the hands were the sign of the most valuable form of immunity, was finally ready to be transformed into a universal medical intervention. Jenner's greatest contribution was not the discovery of cowpox immunity, which was common knowledge, but the great hypothesis that this localized, accidental infection could be systematically and safely transmitted from person to person as a means of universal human protection. By linking the animal ailment to human immunity, he had found the perfect benign viral bridge. The stage was set for the historic experiment that would launch the age of vaccination. The moment of decision, a hypothesis on the edge. By the spring of 1796, Edward Jenner had spent over 20 years observing the relationship between cowpox and smallpox immunity. He had meticulously tracked the medical histories of local milkmaids, differentiating between true and spurious cowpox and developing his hypothesis that material from the benign cowpox pustule could confer protection against the deadly smallpox virus, safely and without contagion. This was the moment of truth, a terrifying precipice where local folklore met scientific rigor. Jenner knew that a successful result would revolutionize medicine. A failure, however, could be fatal to the subject and instantly ruin his reputation, forever consigning the cowpox theory to the realm of rural superstition. Jenner's plan was not merely to inoculate, but to perform a controlled, definitive challenge, the cornerstone of modern vaccine science. He needed to prove 2 things. First, that cowpox caused a mild, non-fatal disease, and second, that this induced cowpox disease protected against subsequent deliberate exposure to the true smallpox virus. The success of this single-focused experiment would validate centuries of unproven observation and silence the critics of variolation by offering a perfect, risk-free alternative. The subject, James Phipps, the first recipient. Jenner needed a suitable subject, a person who had never suffered from either smallpox or cowpox, and whose family was willing to consent to this unprecedented experiment. He chose James Phipps, the 8-year-old son of his gardener. On May 14, 1796, the historic experiment commenced. Jenner found his source material in the hands of a local milkmaid, Sarah Nelms, who had fresh cowpox lesions on her hand contracted from her master's cow, Blossom. The inoculation. Jenner took material, pus, from Sarah Nelms's cowpox pustules. Using a lancet, he carefully inserted the matter into 2 shallow cuts on James Phipps's arm. The reaction. A few days later, Phipps developed a mild fever, felt unwell, and developed localized lesions at the inoculation site, the expected symptoms of cowpox. Within a week, he was completely recovered. This proved the first part of the hypothesis. The cowpox inoculation was mild and non-fatal. The world had just witnessed the first deliberate, recorded administration of a vaccine, though the term itself had not yet been coined. The crucial challenge, proof of immunity. The true test of Jenner's hypothesis came weeks later, after James Phipps had fully recovered. If cowpox truly conferred protection, then Phipps should be immune to smallpox. This required the ethically challenging second step, deliberately exposing the boy to the deadly variola virus. On July 1, 1796, Jenner performed the definitive challenge. He took pus from a human smallpox pustule and inoculated James Phipps with this live, active, dangerous material, exactly the same procedure that caused variolation. Phipps's body was now meant to respond to the smallpox material, either by falling ill, proving the experiment failed, or by resisting the infection, proving the hypothesis correct. The result: Phipps showed absolutely no sign of infection. No fever, no pustules, no illness. The arm where the smallpox was inserted healed cleanly. The conclusion: Phipps's prior exposure to the benign cowpox virus had induced a powerful, complete immunity to the virulent smallpox virus. The milkmaid's secret was verified. One could safely bypass the risk of smallpox, variolation, by inoculating with a related, milder animal disease.
VACA, and the birth of vaccination. Jenner needed a new term for his procedure to distinguish it clearly from the dangerous smallpox inoculation, variolation. He looked to the source of his material, the cow. The Latin word for cow is vaca. Jenner coined the term vaccination for the procedure of using cowpox material. The material itself became known as vaccine. The name was simple, memorable, and immediately pointed to the gentle bovine source of the protection, separating it forever from the grim human-to-human transmission of variolation. The term stuck, and the word vaccine now describes every subsequent prophylactic inoculation developed worldwide, from polio to influenza. Jenner's linguistic genius was as impactful as his biological discovery. The initial rejection, the Royal Society's skepticism. Despite the definitive results on James Phipps, Jenner initially faced staunch skepticism from the established medical and scientific authorities, just as variolation had a century earlier. In 1797, Jenner submitted his findings to the Royal Society of London. The Society, ever cautious, rejected his paper. They deemed his evidence, based largely on case histories and one crucial experiment on a single child, insufficient
and advised him to gather more data before risking his reputation with such a radical claim. The skepticism was rooted in the same conservatism that had resisted variolation. The idea of transplanting disease material from a cow to a human seemed absurd, even grotesque, to the urban traditional physician. Furthermore, they were invested in variolation, which, though risky, was a profitable medical procedure. They demanded more proof. This rejection forced Jenner to continue his experiments meticulously, securing more evidence and performing more challenges on additional patients, always with the same successful, safe result. The monumental publication, An Inquiry, 1798. Undeterred, Jenner withdrew his paper and decided to publish his findings privately. In 1798, he self-published his monumental work, An Inquiry into the Causes and Effects of the Variolae Vaccinae, a disease discovered in some of the western counties of England, particularly Gloucestershire, and known by the name of the cowpox. The inquiry was a masterful piece of scientific literature. Empirical detail. It was filled with meticulous, clear case studies, including the full story of James Phipps and numerous other local individuals who had been naturally infected with cowpox and subsequently survived smallpox challenges. Comparative analysis. Jenner contrasted the safety of his cowpox-based vaccination, no deaths, no contagion, with the established dangers of variolation, 2% mortality, high contagion risk. Clear methodology. He provided clear instructions on how to perform the procedure and harvest the vaccine matter, enabling others to replicate his results. The publication was an immediate sensation. Unlike the cautious Royal Society, the European public and many forward-thinking physicians instantly recognized the profound significance of the discovery. Here was the solution they had longed for, a way to defeat smallpox safely. The global spread and initial triumph. Jenner distributed his inquiry and vaccine material freely across Europe and America. The uptake was astonishingly rapid, spurred by the clarity of the evidence and the inherent safety of the procedure. Public adoption. Within a year, vaccination was being widely practiced in London, Vienna, and major American cities. The low risk of death, effectively zero compared to 2% for variolation, quickly overcame public skepticism. Political support. Heads of state, including Napoleon Bonaparte in France and Tsar Alexander I in Russia, threw their support behind the procedure. Napoleon, fighting Britain, famously ordered his entire army to be vaccinated. The Empress Dowager of Russia sent Jenner a diamond ring as a token of gratitude, and the first child vaccinated in Russia was named Vaxinov. American acceptance. Dr. Benjamin Waterhouse, professor of physics at Harvard, received Jenner's inquiry and became the leading American champion of vaccination. He personally vaccinated his children and successfully demonstrated the procedure to President Thomas Jefferson, who immediately saw its potential and began promoting vaccination throughout the new American Republic. The widespread, immediate acceptance demonstrated the immense public health relief that Jenner's invention offered. Where variolation had been a fierce debate, vaccination was a decisive, unifying triumph. The unforeseen legacy. Jenner's character and global health. Jenner's contribution extended beyond the biological. His refusal to patent or profit from his invention cemented his legacy as a selfless humanitarian. He dedicated his life to propagating vaccination, distributing vaccine material and advice to anyone who asked, regardless of their ability to pay. His work, launched by a single critical experiment on a gardener's boy, achieved 4 monumental historical outcomes. 1. The end of variolation. It provided a safe replacement for the dangerous, contagious procedure, ending centuries of agonizing ethical debate. 2. The birth of immunology. It established the scientific principle of cross-immunity, that exposure to a benign, related pathogen can protect against a virulent one, founding the entire field of immunology. 3. The global health mandate. It introduced the concept of universal, routine prophylactic inoculation as a state-supported public health goal. 4. The path to eradication. It provided the world with the single, decisive tool needed to eventually defeat smallpox entirely, setting the course for the ultimate goal of global eradication nearly 2 centuries later. A nation of survivors. The American context for acceptance. The United States, having just secured its independence, was unique in its readiness to embrace Edward Jenner's vaccine. The recent history of the Revolutionary War had cemented several key principles that made the transition from variolation to vaccination exceptionally fast. The Washington Mandate. General George Washington's 1777 order for the mandatory variolation of the Continental Army had definitively proven the efficacy of planned, collective inoculation. The nation had already accepted the principle that a collective medical procedure was necessary for national survival. The variolation fatigue. Americans were intimately familiar with the flaws of variolation, particularly its cost and its inherent risk of starting new, deadly outbreaks. The public was desperate for a safer alternative that eliminated the 2% risk of death and the fear of contagion. Enlightenment pragmatism. The American founders, steeped in Enlightenment philosophy, favored science, reason, and pragmatic solutions over religious or political dogma. They saw public health as a state responsibility, vital to the health of the Republic. When news of Jenner's risk-free, non-contagious procedure arrived, it was met with immediate, pragmatic enthusiasm. The American champion. Dr. Benjamin Waterhouse, professor of physics at Harvard, received Jenner's inquiry in 1799 and became the agent's earliest and biggest American advocate for vaccination. He became Jenner's dedicated American apostle, determined to replicate the experiment and champion the vaccine's superiority over the colonial reliance on variolation. Waterhouse's commitment was not merely academic. He believed the vaccine was a moral imperative. He recognized that the high cost of variolation had perpetuated a two-tiered health system where the poor suffered disproportionately. Vaccination, being safer and simpler, offered the potential for universal protection, a cornerstone of the Republican ideal.
The replicating experiment. The Waterhouse children. In the summer of 1800, Waterhouse successfully secured a vial of cowpox matter from England, sent to him by a friend of Jenner. The material was precarious. It had to remain viable through weeks of transatlantic travel. Upon its arrival, Waterhouse performed his own definitive trial, mirroring Jenner's method, but with his own children as the subject, a powerful testament to his faith in the procedure. On July 8, 1800, he inoculated his 5-year-old son, Daniel Oliver Waterhouse, with the cowpox matter. Over the following weeks, he successfully vaccinated his wife and 2 other children. The children all developed mild, localized symptoms and quickly recovered. The crucial second step followed, the challenge. Waterhouse then deliberately exposed his vaccinated children, along with some non-vaccinated children, who served as controls, to the live smallpox virus. The non-vaccinated children predictably fell ill, but the Waterhouse children remained perfectly healthy. Waterhouse, armed with irrefutable, replicated evidence conducted in an American context, now had the data to begin his public campaign. The political endorsement.
Jefferson and the national vision. Waterhouse understood that to achieve nationwide adoption, he needed the endorsement of the highest political authority. In 1801, he presented his findings and a sample of the vaccine matter to President Thomas Jefferson. Jefferson, a scientist, philosopher, and intellectual leader, immediately recognized the vaccine's potential to transform the social and economic health of the young republic. Smallpox had always been an enemy of commerce and a drain on resources. Jefferson saw the vaccine as a tool of national development and progress. The Monticello trials. Jefferson personally oversaw the vaccination of his family members and neighbors at his Monticello estate. He quickly became one of the most fervent promoters of the vaccine, corresponding widely with officials and distributing the vaccine matter throughout the southern and western territories. The presidential stamp. Jefferson's endorsement moved vaccination from a regional medical curiosity to a national project. He used his influence to encourage physicians and public officials across the country to adopt the practice, effectively making the promotion of vaccination an unstated mission of the early American government. This rapid political acceptance was unprecedented in medical history. The challenge of quality control. The perils of bad vaccine. The initial rapid adoption, however, was immediately complicated by a serious issue: quality control. The demand for the vaccine matter far outstripped the supply, leading to significant problems. Degradation in transit. The material, typically taken from a fresh cowpox pustule, easily degraded or was contaminated during long-distance transmission across the vast and underdeveloped American landscape. Arm-to-arm contamination. To propagate the vaccine, doctors often took matter from the arm of a successfully vaccinated child and immediately inserted it into a new recipient. This arm-to-arm method, while effective for transferring cowpox, also risked transferring other blood-borne diseases, most notably syphilis, which was often mistaken for a severe localized vaccinia reaction. Substitution fraud. Some unscrupulous or ignorant practitioners, seeing the demand, began substituting vaccine with variolation matter, pus from actual smallpox, leading to deaths and fueling the public's fear that the new procedure was just as dangerous as the old one. This crisis of contamination and fraud underscored the need for standardization and governmental oversight. The American adoption of vaccination highlighted the crucial lesson that medical innovation requires robust public health infrastructure to succeed. The push for public health mandates, early legislation. The problems with quality control and the persistent, though dwindling, opposition to all forms of inoculation led to the first major push for public health legislation regarding vaccination. Moscow led the way. Boston, with its painful history of the 1721 variolation debate, led the legislative response. In 1809, Massachusetts passed one of the first state laws mandating local boards of health and authorizing town selectmen to establish regulations for vaccination. This legislation affirmed the principle that the state had a compelling interest and a legal right to enforce preventative public health measures. Funding and distribution. Other states and municipalities began allocating public funds to purchase and distribute the vaccine matter, often establishing vaccine stations for the free inoculation of the poor. The goal was to eliminate the class barrier that had plagued variolation, making universal immunity a reality. Federal involvement limited. Though the federal government had limited jurisdiction over state health matters, in 1813, President James Madison signed the Vaccine Act. This act created the U.S. National Vaccine Institution, which was tasked with ensuring the purity and supply of vaccine matter across the nation. Though this institution was short-lived and failed to establish full federal control, it was a symbolic recognition of the federal government's responsibility in managing national epidemiological threats. The end of variolation. A medical revolution concluded. The rapid adoption of vaccination essentially brought about the end of variolation in the United States within a decade of generous publication. Why risk a 2% chance of death and the guarantee of contagion when a virtually risk-free alternative existed? Economic disincentive. Publicly funded vaccine distribution eliminated the financial incentives for doctors to perform the risky, expensive variolation. Legal restriction. State laws that had previously regulated variolation now began outright banning it, citing the availability of the safer vaccine. Public preference. Public trust swiftly shifted to vaccination. Variolation, once a desperate lifesaver, was now correctly perceived as a dangerous anachronism. The American experience provided the clearest demonstration that when a significantly safer and more effective public health measure becomes available, society will rapidly abandon the older, riskier one. The American colonies that had so bitterly fought the variolation debate were the first to fully embrace the safety of the vaccine revolution. The legacy of American adoption, the public health infrastructure. The American saga of vaccination in the early 19th century was more than just a medical triumph. It was a foundational moment for the country's public health infrastructure. It demonstrated the power of partnership. The swift success was due to the collaboration between a dedicated scientist, Waterhouse, powerful political leaders, Jefferson, and state legislatures. The requirement of standardization. The crisis of bad vaccine matter highlighted the absolute necessity of central governmental agencies responsible for regulating and certifying the purity of medical agents. The democratic ideal of health. Vaccination, freely distributed, became a symbol of equality, a means of protecting every citizen regardless of wealth or status from the most ruthless disease. The energy and commitment with which the United States embraced Jenner's gift transformed the nation's relationship with disease. It created a precedent for mass immunization programs and solidified the idea that science, when properly supported and implemented, was the most powerful tool for securing the prosperity and stability of the Republic. The nation was now armed with the means to turn the tide against its most persistent viral enemy.
The challenge of global vaccine transport. Jenner's discovery of the smallpox vaccine in 1796 was a monumental breakthrough, but it immediately presented a massive logistical hurdle: how to transport the living vaccine material across vast distances and long periods of time. The vaccine material, the cowpox virus, was fragile. It was typically derived directly from a fresh pustule on a successfully vaccinated person. Once harvested, it had a very short shelf life, quickly losing its potency. It could not be dried, frozen, or stored for the weeks or months required for an oceanic voyage. For the vaccine to reach Spain's distant colonies in the Americas and the Philippines, where smallpox epidemics continued to decimate populations, a novel, living solution was necessary. The Spanish crown, recognizing the humanitarian and economic disaster smallpox represented in its colonies, decided upon an unprecedented and ethically complex strategy to create a living vaccine chain. This required the continuous, sequential inoculation of human hosts over the entire journey, ensuring that fresh, active vaccine matter would always be available for transfer. The genesis of the Royal Philanthropic Expedition. The solution was championed by King Charles IV of Spain. The king had a deeply personal stake in the mission. His own daughter, Infanta Maria Teresa, had contracted smallpox and survived, but the disease had left its mark on his family. Driven by both enlightened humanism and the pragmatic need to secure the economic health of his colonies, the king funded the most ambitious public health expedition in history. The physician chosen to lead this mission was Dr. Francisco Javier de Balmes, 1753 to 1819, a respected court surgeon and a dedicated student of Jenner's work. Balmes assembled an extraordinary team: 2 assistants, 4 nurses, and most crucially, 22 orphan boys from the foundling hospitals of La Coruña and Madrid. The expedition, officially called the Real Expedición Filantrópica de la Vacuna, or Royal Philanthropic Expedition of the Vaccine, set sail from La Coruña, Spain on November 30th, 1803. Its mission was clear: to carry the smallpox vaccine to every Spanish colony and establish permanent vaccination centers there. The living chain, the ethical heart of the mission. The use of orphan children was the ingenious, yet morally ambiguous solution to the transport problem. The mechanism. On the day of departure, 2 of the boys were inoculated with the vaccine. After about 10 days, when their pustules were fully formed and contained fresh, active material, the matter from their arms was used to inoculate the next 2 boys. This staggered, sequential transfer was repeated every 9 to 12 days throughout the voyage. The pustules of the children served as the living incubators for the vaccinavirus, ensuring the freshest, most potent material arrived intact. The ethical dilemma. While the children were saved from the risk of smallpox and were well cared for, Balmas ensured they had a comfortable voyage and promised them a good education upon return. Their role was fundamentally as biological cargo. They were not simply patients, they were the essential link in a crucial medical supply chain. This utilization of the vulnerable, even for a humanitarian cause, remains a deeply complex historical legacy, highlighting the ethical compromises of pre-modern medicine. The caretakers. Leading the effort was Isabel Zendao Gomez, the rectress of the La Coruña orphanage. She became the first nurse in a global health mission, responsible for the minute-by-minute care and monitoring of the children and their precious lesions, ensuring they did not scratch or infect the vaccine site. The voyage across the Atlantic and the Caribbean success. The expedition first crossed the Atlantic, arriving in Puerto Rico, then Venezuela, and eventually throughout the Spanish South American colonies. Balmas's team often faced skepticism and bureaucratic resistance, but the devastating memory of recent smallpox epidemics usually guaranteed their eventual acceptance. The method was simple and effective. Balmas and his team would inoculate large groups of local children directly from the arms of the orphan boys, establishing the first local stocks of the vaccine. Then they set up juntas de vacuna, or vaccination boards, and trained local medical personnel to ensure the continuous propagation of the vaccine using the arm-to-arm method. Venezuela and Colombia. The team split. Balmas took one group to South America, ensuring vaccination was established in Cartagena, Caracas, and other major cities. The perseverance of Salvani. Balmas's assistant, Dr. Jose Salvani, faced immense hardships in the rugged terrain of Peru, Ecuador, and Bolivia. Salvani's segment of the expedition was fraught with logistical disaster, disease, and the death of 2 of his living donors. Yet his team persisted, successfully bringing the vaccine to the remote Andean highlands. The pacification of the Pacific to the Philippines. In 1805, Balmas continued his mission across the Pacific, arguably the most difficult leg of the journey. The original 22 European boys were now recovered and were left in New Spain, Mexico. Balmas secured 26 new Filipino and Mexican boys to sustain the living chain across the ocean. Arriving in the Philippines, the team successfully introduced the vaccine, which was immediately embraced due to the devastating smallpox outbreaks that routinely plagued Manila and the surrounding islands. Balmas then pushed on, extending the expedition's reach into regions technically outside the Spanish Empire, Macau and Canton, China. Balmas sought to create a universal inoculation zone, convinced that only global immunity would defeat the virus. He even sent a contingent to Macau, establishing a permanent vaccination infrastructure that later aided the British. By 1806, the Balmas expedition had completed its 2.5-year globe-circling journey, a feat unmatched in the history of public health. The official recognition and generous praise. The success of the Balmas expedition was globally recognized as a humanitarian and organizational masterpiece. Edward Jenner himself, upon hearing of the scale and success of the mission, wrote, "I do not imagine the annals of history furnish an example of philanthropy so noble, so extensive as this." The mission's effectiveness lay in its permanent legacy. Infrastructure. The establishment of the juntas de vacuna across the Spanish colonies ensured that the vaccine did not die out. These boards were often comprised of civic leaders and clergy and became the earliest enduring public health agencies in the Americas. Trained personnel. Balmas trained hundreds of physicians and lay vaccinators, creating a lasting pool of expertise dedicated to prophylactic health measures. Literary dissemination. Balmas translated generous and other key vaccination works into Spanish and distributed them throughout the colonies, ensuring the scientific principles were understood and upheld. The ethical and human legacy of the children. While the expedition was a triumph of public health, the story of the orphan children, the niños vacuniferos, remains its poignant core. Their sacrifice. Their bodies were used to perpetuate a vital medical technology. This fact cannot be divorced from the expedition's success. Their fate. While Balmas reported that the children were treated well, promised clothing, food, and education, the final fate of every single child is not definitively known. Many were placed in local orphanages or foster families in the colonies, though some reports suggest that a few may have returned to Spain years later. The historical focus has rightly shifted to ensuring their unique and crucial role is acknowledged beyond their medical function. Isabel Zendal Gomez. The nurse, Isabel, is often recognized as a silent hero. She ensured the children's survival and the integrity of the living vaccine chain through her dedicated, arduous care, a symbol of the profound human commitment required to execute this ambitious mission.
The unending ripple, globalism, and public health. The Balmas expedition fundamentally altered the global perception of smallpox and vaccination. It demonstrated that the fight against smallpox was not a national concern but a global humanitarian responsibility, transcending political and imperial boundaries. Spain, often seen as a rival by Britain, championed a British medical discovery for the benefit of humanity. It proved that even with the technological limitations of the 19th century, global health solutions were logistically possible through innovation and dedication. The vaccine infrastructure established by Balmas and Salvani ensured that smallpox was controlled in large swaths of Latin America decades before it was effectively managed in many parts of Europe. The effort provided a massive sustained reduction in morbidity and mortality across the Spanish-speaking world, securing a long-lasting demographic dividend for the former colonies. The industrialization of immunity. Demand meets technology. By the mid-19th century, the demand for the smallpox vaccine was global, but the supply chain, still reliant on the delicate arm-to-arm method, was strained and unreliable. The arm-to-arm method was not only prone to contamination, carrying the risk of transmitting syphilis and other diseases, but also logistically inefficient, requiring a constant stream of human donors. The age of vaccination demanded an industrial-scale solution. This period saw a major technological leap, the mass production of vaccine lymph. The critical shift was moving the primary source of the vaccine back to its original source, animals. Bovine lymph production. Scientists discovered that the vaccinia virus could be successfully propagated on the skin of young, healthy calves or heifers. The animal was carefully inoculated, and after the pustules matured, the resulting fluid or lymph was harvested. The glycerin breakthrough. The harvested lymph was then mixed with glycerin. This was a revolutionary advance because glycerin acted as a preservative, killing most contaminants while keeping the cowpox virus viable for storage and transport. This meant vaccine material could be produced in bulk, stored in capillary tubes, and distributed globally without the logistical horror of the living chain used by the Balmas expedition. This industrialization effort, primarily centered in large government or commercial vaccine farms, transformed the vaccine from a delicate folk remedy into a reliable commodity product, paving the way for state-mandated mass immunization. Britain's legislative leap, the Compulsory Vaccination Acts. Armed with a stable mass-produced vaccine and driven by the recurring horror of smallpox epidemics, the British Parliament moved decisively to enact compulsory vaccination. The political will was rooted in the utilitarian philosophy that the collective good must override individual liberty when facing a deadly, preventable disease. The 1840 Act effectively outlawed the dangerous practice of variolation and established public funds for vaccination, making it free for the poor. The 1853 Act, this was the critical step, making vaccination compulsory for all infants in England and Wales. Parents were legally required to have their children vaccinated within the first few months of life, under penalty of fines. The 1867 Act, the strict mandate. This law intensified the mandate, imposing harsher penalties and stricter enforcement mechanisms, including repeated fines for non-compliance. It was this stringent legislation, designed to achieve universal population immunity, that provided the main impetus for organized resistance. For the first time, the state was asserting direct, physical control over the bodies of its youngest citizens in the name of public health. While medically sound, this intrusion into the private sphere was politically explosive. The rise of the anti-vaccination leagues, a multifaceted resistance. The Compulsory Vaccination Acts of the 1850s and 1860s in Britain did not eliminate smallpox. Instead, they successfully ignited the organized resistance movement known as the anti-vaccination leagues. This movement was a heterogeneous coalition driven by complex social, political, and philosophical grievances. The fear of contamination, this was the most legitimate medical fear. Despite the shift to bovine lymph, the early arm-to-arm method had led to tragic, highly publicized cases of syphilis and other diseases being transmitted by the vaccine. The public lacked faith in the purity of the new bovine product. The defense of liberty, laissez-faire, this was the philosophical core of the movement. Many saw the vaccine mandate as a tyrannical overreach of the state, a violation of the sacred principle of habeas corpus over one's own body. They argued that the state had no right to dictate what a parent could or could not inject into their healthy child. Medical skepticism. Anti-vaccinators argued that vaccination was ineffective, pointing to cases where vaccinated individuals still contracted smallpox, usually due to waning immunity or faulty vaccine. They often promoted sanitation as the true solution, arguing that cleanliness, not coercion, would defeat the disease. Religious objections. Echoes of the earlier theological debate remained. Some argued that vaccination was still unnatural and an attempt to defy God's will, or that the injection of material from a cow was bestial and degrading. The movement was vocal, active, and included members from all classes, but found strong support among working-class families who resented the state's interference. The Leicester Rebellion and the triumph of protest. The center of anti-vaccination fervor in Britain was the industrial city of Leicester. The city became famous for its organized, sustained civil disobedience against the 1867 Act. The demonstration. In 1885, Leicester organized a massive protest march that became the iconic image of the movement. Tens of thousands of demonstrators marched through the city, many carrying signs that read, "Better jail than compulsory vaccination," and pushing children's coffins as a grim symbol of perceived vaccine mortality. The Leicester method. While rejecting compulsory vaccination, Leicester did not reject public health. Instead, they pioneered a comprehensive strategy combining voluntary vaccination with aggressive sanitation, public notification, and immediate isolation of smallpox cases. This Leicester method proved highly effective at controlling outbreaks and became the central defense of the anti-vaccination movement. We can fight smallpox without compulsion. The sheer scale of public non-compliance in Leicester and elsewhere forced the government to concede. The legislative retreat. The conscience clause. The political pressure exerted by the anti-vaccination leagues led directly to the Vaccination Act of 1898 in Britain. This was a significant legislative retreat for the government. The conscience clause. The act introduced the infamous conscience clause. This provision allowed parents to obtain a certificate exempting their child from vaccination if they could satisfy a magistrate that they conscientiously believed that vaccination would be prejudicial to the health of the child. Impact. This clause effectively destroyed the universal mandate. While the law still favored vaccination, the door to legal dissent was opened. The principle of compulsory state medicine was undermined by the recognition of conscientious objection in public health policy. The anti-vaccination leagues had won a major victory, establishing a lasting precedent for the recognition of conscientious objection in public health policy. The American parallel. State mandates and personal liberty. Across the Atlantic, the debate mirrored the British experience, although it played out primarily on the state and local level, reflecting the decentralized nature of American government.
Local mandates. American cities and states, particularly in the Northeast, enacted compulsory vaccination laws for school children and factory workers, often spurred by severe local smallpox outbreaks. Boston, New York, and Philadelphia were highly aggressive in promoting or mandating the vaccine.
The philosophical conflict. The core American resistance centered on the constitutional right to personal liberty. Critics argued that mandatory vaccination violated the 14th Amendment's guarantees of individual freedom. The Jacobson v. Massachusetts test case, 1905. The conflict culminated in the most famous Supreme Court case concerning public health. Henning Jacobson, a pastor in Cambridge, Massachusetts, refused to pay a $5 fine for refusing compulsory vaccination during a smallpox scare. The case went all the way to the Supreme Court. The court ruled decisively against Jacobson, affirming the state's power to enact compulsory vaccination laws to protect the community. The landmark ruling established that the liberty secured by the Constitution of the United States does not import an absolute right in every person to be at all times and in all circumstances wholly freed from restraint. This ruling was a decisive legal victory for the pro-vaccination forces, establishing the constitutional primacy of public health over absolute individual liberty in America. The medical scrutiny, from contamination to standardization. The rise of the anti-vaccination leagues, though disruptive, ultimately forced the medical and scientific community to confront and solve the legitimate problems that fueled the resistance: contamination and purity. Bacteriology. The emergence of germ theory in the late 19th century provided the scientific tools to understand and eliminate bacterial contamination from vaccine lymph. Scientists began to understand the role of antiseptic techniques and sterile preparation. The laboratory takes over. Government laboratories and regulatory bodies like the U.S. Hygienic Laboratory, the predecessor of the National Institutes of Health, began to strictly regulate vaccine production. They mandated specific procedures for handling the calves, harvesting the lymph, and testing the final product for purity before distribution. The resistance movement, through its high-profile legal and public challenges, inadvertently compelled the state to invest in laboratory science and regulatory oversight, transforming vaccine production from a veterinary farming operation into a rigorous, standardized scientific process, significantly reducing the risks of transmission and contamination. The enduring legacy of the 19th century battle. The 19th century struggle over vaccination was a defining moment in the history of public health, leaving a complex, enduring legacy. 1. The legitimacy of the mandate. The period established the legal principle, especially through Jacobson v. Massachusetts, that public health can constitutionally override absolute individual freedom. 2. The power of organized dissent. The anti-vaccination leagues proved that even in the face of scientific consensus, organized, persistent public dissent can force legislative change, the conscience clause, and compel the scientific community to improve safety standards. 3. The foundation of public health infrastructure. The need to enforce vaccination laws and regulate vaccine production led directly to the creation of permanent, government-funded public health departments and regulatory laboratories in both Britain and America, the infrastructure that would eventually be required to achieve smallpox eradication. The battle of the 19th century was messy, political, and often violent, but it solidified the vaccine's role as the central tool in the fight against smallpox, preparing the world for the next great challenge, fighting the disease not just in cities, but on the battlefields of the world. The gathering storm, a virgin field for the virus. When the American Civil War erupted in 1861, it created the perfect, horrifying conditions for an epidemic of smallpox.
The rapid mobilization of troops gathered millions of young men, primarily from rural communities, who were suddenly thrust into overcrowded, unsanitary training camps. Susceptible population. Many recruits, particularly those from isolated farming regions, had never been exposed to the smallpox virus and lacked immunity. The virus loves a virgin field, and the massive, concentrated armies of both the Union and the Confederacy provided the largest non-immune host population the nation had ever seen. The logistical collapse. The logistics systems of both sides, especially the Confederacy, were utterly unprepared to handle the scale of supply, sanitation, and medical care required for armies of this size. Poor diet, inadequate clothing, stress, and the constant exposure to the elements severely weakened the soldiers' immune systems, making them highly susceptible not only to smallpox, but to measles, typhoid, and dysentery. The concentration camps. The rapid formation of military camps with thousands of men sharing close quarters, latrines, and water sources created the ideal environment for the airborne variola virus to transmit rapidly and virulently. Smallpox was a constant, deadly companion, often striking before a soldier even saw combat. The Union response, mandate and the medical bureaucracy. The Union Army, benefiting from a larger industrial base and a better established medical structure, was quicker to recognize the existential threat smallpox posed. The Union Surgeon General and medical directors immediately understood that the compulsory variolation order issued by George Washington during the Revolution had to be revived, this time utilizing the safer Jennerian vaccine. The vaccination mandate. The Union Army mandated that all recruits receive vaccination upon enlistment. Medical officers were responsible for performing the procedure and verifying scars. This centralized mandate, while ambitious, was the first step in protecting the massive force. The scale of supply. The Union required vaccine material for millions of men. They relied heavily on large-scale government and commercial vaccine farms, mostly propagating bovine lymph, and when supplies were low, resorted to the risky arm-to-arm method, relying on healthy, recently vaccinated soldiers as donors. Medical data and statistics. The Union established meticulous record-keeping, allowing medical officers to track outbreaks and assess the efficacy of the vaccine. This data provided continuous proof that vaccination, even when imperfectly administered, was the single most effective tool in maintaining troop strength. Despite these efforts, the sheer scale of the operation and the inevitable logistical chaos of war led to catastrophic failures in the supply chain. The Confederate crisis, scarcity and isolation. The smallpox threat was arguably more devastating to the Confederate Army states. While the need for mass vaccination was recognized, the Confederacy faced crippling obstacles. The blockade. The Union blockade immediately choked off the Confederacy's access to vital medical supplies, including imported vaccine lymph from Europe. The loss of vaccine farms. The Confederacy lacked the necessary industrial base for reliable, large-scale bovine lymph production. The reliance on risky methods. Forced by necessity, Confederate surgeons often heavily relied on the dangerous, unreliable, and potentially contaminating arm-to-arm method, or they used scabs derived from smallpox victims, which amounted to a crude, uncontrollable form of variolation. Some even tried desperate local remedies using material from cows infected with a spontaneous cowpox-like disease. The scarcity of safe, reliable vaccine meant that while Union soldiers faced an imperfect protection, many Confederate soldiers faced none at all, making the disease a far more potent killer in the Southern ranks. The shadow of bad vaccine and the public panic. The speed and scale of wartime vaccination led to a severe crisis of bad vaccine on both sides, which in turn fueled anti-vaccination sentiment among the troops and the public. Contaminated lymph. Due to poor hygiene, lack of refrigeration, and the frequent use of arm-to-arm method, there were many documented cases where the vaccine material was contaminated with bacteria, causing severe localized infections, gangrene, and septicemia. The syphilis scare. The most terrifying complication was the transmission of syphilis, often mistaken for a severe vaccinia reaction, when vaccine matter was taken from a donor whose underlying syphilis was not recognized. These outbreaks, though rare, were highly publicized and led to widespread justified fear among recruits, with some preferring to risk smallpox over a contaminated injection. The efficacy problem. Much of the distributed vaccine, particularly in the Confederacy, was old, degraded, or inert, leading to many soldiers who believed they were protected falling ill with smallpox anyway. This undermined faith in the official medical response.
Smallpox in the ranks, the military consequences. Smallpox was not just a threat to individual soldiers, it was a disruptive military force that dictated strategy and troop movements. Loss of manpower. Thousands of soldiers were rendered non-combatant for weeks or months due to the disease. The mortality rate from smallpox in the armies was significantly higher than the civilian rate due to the harsh conditions, often reaching 30% of those infected. The quarantine dilemma. Military commanders constantly grappled with the logistical nightmare of quarantining infected troops. Smallpox wards had to be established outside major camps or hospitals, draining manpower and resources that were desperately needed for the fighting fronts. Demoralization. An outbreak of smallpox could instantly demoralize a regiment. The sight of the disfigured and dying, combined with the extreme contagiousness of the disease, often panicked healthy troops more than the threat of enemy fire. It was a constant psychological warfare waged by a microorganism. The experience of the African American troops. The role of smallpox in the United States Colored Troops, USCT, was tragically pronounced and illustrates the racial inequities of medical protection. Initial lack of immunity. Many newly freed slaves who joined the USCT came from isolated plantations where they had not been exposed to common childhood diseases, making them highly susceptible. Vulnerability in camps. These troops were often housed in substandard, segregated camps with terrible sanitation, accelerating the spread of the disease. A double-edged sword. While the Union mandated vaccination for the USCT, the poor quality of the vaccine and the difficult conditions meant that many contracted the disease anyway. The resulting mortality rate was often higher than that of white troops. Smallpox and other infectious diseases proved to be one of the greatest obstacles to the USCT reaching their full military potential. The disease demonstrated that freedom alone did not grant them protection from the biological legacy of centuries of oppression. The prisoner of war camps, a hotbed of pestilence. The most horrific smallpox mortality occurred in the overcrowded, unsanitary prisoner of war camps on both sides, transforming them into death traps. Camp Sumter, Andersonville. While known primarily for starvation and scurvy, Andersonville was also ravaged by smallpox, typhoid, and dysentery. The extreme concentration of non-immune men with little food, water, or sanitation ensured that any disease introduced spread with lethal speed. Northern camps. Similarly, northern camps like Elmira, New York, and Point Lookout, Maryland, faced devastating outbreaks. Confederate prisoners, many of whom had not been successfully vaccinated or who had no prior immunity, suffered terribly. The medical records from the camps reveal that the conditions were so poor that smallpox often mutated into highly aggressive, malignant forms, killing victims before the characteristic rash even had time to fully develop. The high mortality rates in these camps were a direct function of the war's neglect of medical and sanitary decency. The post-war legacy, a national scourge contained. The American Civil War, though a time of immense tragedy, served as a grim but effective lesson in the necessity of mass vaccination and public health logistics. Consolidated medical authority. The failure of decentralized civilian medicine to cope with the war's scale led to the consolidation and professionalization of the military medical corps. This experience, particularly on the Union side, directly influenced the development of organized, state-level public health departments in the post-war era. Validation of the mandate. Despite the problems with bad vaccine, the overall statistical data overwhelmingly proved that vaccinated soldiers survived at exponentially higher rates than the non-vaccinated. The Civil War provided the most extensive, brutal, real-world field trial for Jenner's vaccine, confirming its necessity and efficacy to a generation of Americans. The unfinished war. While the war ended in 1865, smallpox did not. Soldiers carried the disease home to every corner of the country, sparking localized epidemics that lasted well into the 1870s. The war had not defeated smallpox, but it had armed a massive segment of the population with immunity and the political will to fight the disease on a national scale. The urban transformation, the engine of industrial smallpox. The late 19th century was defined by the relentless pace of industrialization and urbanization. Cities like London, Manchester, New York, and Chicago swelled to unprecedented sizes, pulling millions of laborers from rural areas and overseas. This demographic shift created dense, impoverished neighborhoods that became the perfect ecological niche for the smallpox virus. Human concentration. The population density in working-class slums, where multiple families often shared a single tenement room, ensured the maximal transmission of the airborne variola virus. A single cough could infect an entire building. The mobility factor. The constant stream of immigrants and internal migrants, often arriving from areas with differing levels of immunity, continuously injected susceptible hosts and fresh viral strains into the urban environment. This migratory flow ensured smallpox was never starved out. Sanitary neglect. Though the prevailing sanitary movement focused heavily on the waterborne diseases like cholera and typhoid, the crowded, unventilated conditions of the slums, the very characteristics that facilitated smallpox spread, remained largely unaddressed. Smallpox became a visible symbol of social inequality, thriving precisely where the safety net of sanitation and medical care was weakest. By the 1870s and 1880s, smallpox was no longer a random, terrifying plague of the past. It was a predictable, endemic companion of the urban working class, a persistent marker of poverty. The new face of the disease, variola minor and the endemic cycle. While many earlier outbreaks were characterized by the highly lethal variola major, the late 19th century saw the increased circulation of mild smallpox, variola minor, in many urban settings. Viral dynamics. While variola major was still present and devastating, the wide, though imperfect use of the vaccine often resulted in a milder initial community response, favoring the survival and spread of less virulent strains. The challenge of diagnosis. Variola minor was often mistaken for chickenpox or a mild fever, leading to delayed diagnosis, poor quarantine, and uncontrolled spread. A person with a mild case of smallpox could inadvertently infect dozens of non-immune individuals before being isolated. The endemic cycle. The disease settled into an endemic cycle, constant, recurring outbreaks that primarily targeted three groups. First, infants, born after the last vaccination wave. Second, recent immigrants, who often lacked prior vaccination. Third, the unvaccinated poor, those who could not afford or who religiously or politically refused the vaccine. This cycle ensured that smallpox was perpetually circulating just beneath the surface, ready to explode into major epidemics during times of social stress or political disruption. The public health response, shifting from chaos to system. The severe smallpox epidemics of the 1870s,
particularly in London and major American cities, exposed the profound inadequacy of existing public health measures. The old, chaotic model, relying on individual doctors and voluntary isolation, had to be replaced by a systematic, centralized approach. Establishment of boards of health. Permanent, professional boards of health were established in most major cities. Unlike earlier temporary committees, these were staffed by trained medical officers, sanitary engineers, and inspectors. Their mission was continuous surveillance, not just crisis response. Mandatory notification. New laws required physicians and householders to immediately notify the health department of any suspected smallpox case. This was a critical legal step, ensuring swift intervention. The triad of response. Systematic public health responses focused on a three-pronged strategy. First, isolation. Immediate removal of the infected person to a specialized contagious disease hospital, a refined, professionalized version of the old pest house. Second, disinfection. Thorough cleaning and disinfection of the infected home and belongings. Third, ring vaccination. Immediate, localized vaccination of every known contact, family, neighbors, and co-workers to create a ring of immunity around the outbreak.
Quarantine and the Contagious Disease Hospital. The centerpiece of the new systematic response was the Contagious Disease Hospital, CDH. These hospitals were usually located outside city centers, often on islands or in remote areas, due to public fear and NIMBYism, not in my backyard. The symbol of social control. While necessary for isolation, the CDHs became a potent symbol of the social control exercised by the state over the poor. Patients, mostly from the slums, were often removed against their will, sometimes forcibly separated from their families by police or health inspectors. Mortality and reputation. Despite the efforts of the doctors and nurses, who often risked their lives, the mortality rates in these hospitals remained high because patients were often admitted only when the disease was already advanced. Consequently, the CDH carried a fearsome reputation as a place where the poor were sent to die. Public fear versus public safety. Health officials battled constant public resistance, often resorting to closed carriages and secret transfers to avoid angry mobs who feared the movement of infected patients would spread the disease further. The CDH system was ethically complex. It protected the wider community at the expense of the liberty and dignity of the urban poor. The workplace and the enforcement of the mandate. The industrial workplace provided a crucial pressure point for enforcing vaccination mandates. Factory owners and large employers concerned about worker absences and disruption to production often cooperated enthusiastically with health officials. No jab, no job. Many businesses instituted policies that required new employees to show proof of a recent successful vaccination scar. This economic coercion proved highly effective in reaching working-age men who had often escaped childhood mandates. Port surveillance. Major port cities, recognizing that shipping was the primary vector for introducing new strains of the virus, established stringent maritime quarantine regulations. Ships arriving from infected ports were held until all crew and passengers were inspected and, if necessary, vaccinated. Medical inspection stations like Ellis Island in New York made vaccination a mandatory part of the immigration process. The vulnerability of immigrants. New waves of immigrants, often poor and unable to speak the language, were particularly vulnerable to both the disease and the state's coercive public health measures. Their non-compliance was frequently punished, and they were often blamed for introducing new waves of infection, fueling xenophobic sentiments despite the fact that smallpox was endemic in all major European capitals. The Battle of the Purity, the vaccinia virus, and germ theory. The late 19th century struggle was greatly aided by the scientific revolution of germ theory, led by Louis Pasteur and Robert Koch. This new understanding provided health officials with the intellectual certainty they needed to aggressively pursue control measures. Laboratory certification.
The anti-vaccination league's legitimate fear of contaminated vaccine pushed governments to fund dedicated bacteriology laboratories. These labs, now understanding the difference between the variola virus and bacterial contamination, began the process of rigorously testing and certifying vaccine lymph for purity. The systematic use of calves for vaccine production, bovine lymph, became the regulated standard, significantly reducing the risk of transmitting human blood-borne diseases like syphilis. This scientific upgrade began to erode the public's most valid medical objection to the vaccine. Standardizing potency. Laboratories also worked to standardize the vaccine's potency, ensuring that the administered dose was effective and reduced the problem of bad take, a failed vaccination, which increased the public's faith in the procedure's efficacy. The laboratory, rather than the marketplace, became the ultimate source of vaccine authority, a necessary step toward the final elimination campaign. The socio-political conflict, public health versus paternalism. The smallpox fight in the late 19th century became a microcosm of the larger socio-political conflict between the new administrative state and the defense of individual autonomy. Paternalism. Public health authorities, backed by the Jacobson versus Massachusetts ruling, 1905, often adopted a highly paternalistic stance, arguing that the ignorant masses, particularly the poor, could not be trusted to make choices that were in their own or the community's best interest. This belief justified coercive measures. The liberal response. Liberals and libertarians, including the anti-vaccination leagues, viewed the health boards as authoritarian agents of the wealthy, imposing burdens, fines, quarantines, and compulsory injections on the poor. They argued that improving sanitation, housing, and wages was the ethical and effective way to fight disease, not forced medical intervention. The focus on the poor. The disproportionate application of the laws on the poor, who were the ones forcibly removed to the CDHs and who were the most likely to face fines, fueled the perception that the smallpox campaign was less about health and more about social control. The disease's classification as a disease of the urban poor allowed the state to treat the neighborhoods themselves as centers of pathology requiring external intervention. Paving the road to eradication, the early 20th century legacy. The severe smallpox epidemics of the late 19th century, the last major outbreaks before the final campaigns, served as the final educational phase for global public health. By the turn of the 20th century, two critical lessons had been learned and institutionalized. 1. Endemicity requires system. Smallpox could not be defeated by periodic medical campaigns. It required permanent, professional, government-funded public health departments with legal powers for mandatory notification, isolation, and vaccination. 2. The ring strategy is paramount. The systematic use of ring vaccination, vaccinating contacts and those surrounding the infected person, emerged as the single most effective field tactic. This tactic, perfected in the urban outbreaks of the late 1800s, would become the ultimate winning strategy in the global eradication campaign 70 years later. The struggle to control smallpox in the crowded industrial cities hardened the administrative and scientific resolve of governments. The constant threat provided the political justification to fund the laboratories, train the inspectors, and establish the legal precedents necessary for the aggressive, systematic elimination campaigns that would define the 20th century. The disease of the urban poor had, ironically, forged the robust public health infrastructure needed to secure the safety of the entire world. The flaws of empiricism, the end of the arm-to-arm era. For nearly a century, from Jenner's first use of cowpox in 1796 until the late 1800s, the propagation of the smallpox vaccine was inherently risky and unreliable. The dominant method was arm-to-arm transmission. Matter was transferred from the fresh pustule of a successfully vaccinated person directly to the arm of a new recipient. This method, though responsible for saving millions of lives, carried three critical, undeniable flaws that defined the ethical crisis of the 19th century.
Risk of contamination. The method frequently transmitted bacteria, causing severe local infections. Most tragically, it was an effective vector for blood-borne human diseases, particularly syphilis, which was transmitted when an unknown syphilitic donor was used. Viral degradation. The potency of the vaccinia virus often weakened after many generations of human passage, leading to ineffective inoculations and failed takes, which left the recipient falsely believing they were immune. Ethical objections. The need for a constant stream of human donors, often children or the poor, created a moral and logistical headache, fueling the protests of the anti-vaccination leagues. The inherent dangers of the arm-to-arm technique made the final decisive victory against smallpox impossible. A cleaner, safer, and more reliable source was needed, and that solution would be found not in the farmyard or the doctor's home, but in the emerging bacteriology laboratory.
The scientific revolution, germ theory, and pathogen identification. The intellectual shift of the late 19th century, the acceptance of germ theory, was the single most important factor allowing the laboratory to assume control of vaccine production. The work of Louis Pasteur and Robert Koch provided the intellectual framework that had been missing since Jenner's time. From miasma to microbe, germ theory definitively replaced the older concepts of humoral imbalance and miasma, bad air, as the cause of disease. It established that specific identifiable microorganisms cause specific diseases. The power of sterilization. Koch's work on isolating and culturing bacteria provided the indispensable tools of sterilization and aseptic technique. For the first time, scientists understood how to exclude contaminating bacteria from the vaccine material. Targeting the virus. While the variola virus itself was too small to be seen with the light microscopes of the time, it was not officially photographed until the 20th century. The principles of germ theory allowed researchers to understand that the goal was to separate the benign vaccinia virus from harmful bacterial or other human pathogens. This revolution provided the scientific certainty that a pure vaccine was not only possible, but necessary. The return to the bovine. Mass production in the laboratory. The solution to the contamination crisis lay in the systematic return to the animal source identified by Jenner, but on an industrial, highly sanitized scale. The vaccine farm as a laboratory. Large-scale vaccine farms were established under stringent scientific oversight, effectively turning them into biological laboratories. These facilities, operating in the 1880s and 1990s, pioneered the modern method of vaccine production. The process. Young, healthy calves were housed in scrupulously clean environments. Their flanks were shaved, sterilized, and inoculated with the vaccinia virus. After the lesions matured, typically 5 to 7 days, the resulting lymph was carefully harvested using sterile instruments, scraping the material into glass vessels. Aseptic technique. The crucial difference from earlier farmyard methods was the rigorous use of aseptic technique, surgical cleanliness, sterile instruments, and trained personnel to prevent contamination from environmental bacteria. This shift ensured that the smallpox vaccine was now a bovine product, eliminating the human-to-human transmission that carried the risk of syphilis, thus dramatically enhancing public safety and eroding the core argument of the anti-vaccination leagues. The stabilization breakthrough, glycerinized lymph. The greatest logistical challenge, preserving the vaccine during transport, was solved by the introduction of glycerin. Glycerin, or glycerol, a simple sugar alcohol, was found to be an excellent medium for mixing with the harvested vaccine lymph. It acted as a preservative, significantly extending the shelf life of the virus. Killing contaminants. Crucially, glycerin was found to have a slow, selective bactericidal effect. The mixture of lymph and glycerin, when left to sit for a month, would naturally kill most common bacterial contaminants, like streptococci and staphylococci, while leaving the vaccinia virus fully viable. The end of the living chain. The development of glycerinized vaccine lymph meant that the fragile vaccine could now be stored, bottled in hermetically sealed capillary tubes, and shipped worldwide, replacing the morally fraught and unreliable method of using human or animal intermediaries. The vaccine was now a stable, off-the-shelf product. This single breakthrough in stabilization made true global systematic vaccination logistically possible. Government oversight, regulation, and the birth of quality control. The public health crises caused by contaminated vaccine and the power of the anti-vaccination leagues forced governments to institutionalize quality control. This marks the birth of modern vaccine regulation. Mandatory testing. Government agencies in the US and Europe established strict requirements for testing the purity and potency of all vaccine batches. They mandated that lymph be cultured for bacteria after the glycerination process and before bottling. The U.S. Biologics Control Act, 1902. In the United States, a tragedy where contaminated diphtheria and tetanus antitoxins caused children's deaths led to the passage of the Biologics Control Act. This landmark legislation made the U.S. government responsible for regulating the manufacture and sale of all biological products, including smallpox vaccine. It established the U.S. Hygienic Laboratory, predecessor to the NIH, as the national authority for testing vaccine purity. Government certification and seals of approval were a public pledge that the vaccine was clean and safe. This restored public confidence and helped undermine the argument that vaccination was a risky gamble. The transition from a decentralized private market system to a centralized government-regulated system was the final political victory of the scientific laboratory. The new procedure, from the lancet to the needle. The change in vaccine material necessitated a change in the vaccination technique, moving from the crude lancet to more controlled instruments. The technique. Instead of the arm-to-arm transfer, the new procedure involved a small, sterile stratification or incision of the skin where a drop of the glycerinized lymph was placed and gently rubbed in. The dry point method. An intermediate innovation involved inoculating the calf, then taking the lymph and drying it onto sterile ivory points or quills. These dry points could be stored and then used to scratch the recipient's skin. The bifurcated needle. While not widely adopted until the final eradication campaign in the 1960s, the development of specialized needles and intradermal injection techniques in the early 20th century further refined the procedure, making the delivery of the vaccine highly precise and efficient. The entire process became cleaner, more sterile, and less reliant on the individual judgment and skill of the local physician. Another victory for standardized scientific methodology. Global impact. The vaccine as a tool of empire and health. The stable, purified vaccine became a vital tool for colonial powers in the late 19th and early 20th centuries. European and American powers used mass vaccination campaigns to control smallpox in their colonial territories in Africa and Asia. Logistical supremacy. The ability to ship millions of doses of stable vaccine to remote areas via sea and land was a critical military and administrative advantage. Smallpox was a major threat to colonial armies and labor forces. Vaccination ensured their functionality. A tool of modernization. Vaccination was often presented by colonial administrations as a symbol of Western scientific superiority and a benevolent gift to colonized populations, though its implementation was often coercive and poorly managed, leading to local resistance. The Data Foundation. The systematic vaccination records compiled by colonial medical services provided some of the earliest large-scale epidemiological data on smallpox in the developing world, which would later prove invaluable to the World Health Organization's eradication effort.
The laboratory's legacy. Preparation for the final war. The transformation of the smallpox vaccine from a folk remedy into a rigorously tested, mass-produced biological agent was the defining scientific achievement of the 19th century struggle. The laboratory takeover provided the three essential components required for the final global eradication. 1. Safety. Elimination of the risk of blood-borne disease transmission. 2. Reliability. Guaranteed potency through stabilization and quality control. 3. Logistics.
the ability to move millions of doses to any remote region on Earth. By the turn of the 20th century, the scientific community had perfected the weapon against smallpox. The problem was no longer one of science, but one of global politics, funding, and administrative will. The final chapter, the aggressive, coordinated war against the last pockets of the virus, could not have been written without the foundational work of the bacteriology labs that seized control of the vaccine. The post-war landscape, optimism, and neglect. The end of World War II ushered in an era of unprecedented optimism and global cooperation, leading to the founding of the World Health Organization, WHO, in 1948. By this time, smallpox had been virtually eliminated from North America and Western Europe, thanks to widespread systematic vaccination programs and rigorous quarantine laws established in the late 19th and early 20th centuries. This success, however, led to a dangerous complacency. Smallpox was increasingly seen as a disease of the developing world, endemic in large parts of Asia, especially India, Pakistan, and Indonesia, and in Africa. In the eyes of Western nations, the major post-war public health threats were diseases like tuberculosis, malaria, and polio. Smallpox was considered conquered, or at least manageable, leading to a critical underestimation of its persistent global threat. The focus was on control and assistance, not the radical concept of eradication. This optimism, coupled with a lack of coordinated effort, defined the initial flawed approach of the 1950s. The Soviet proposal, a challenge to global health. The first serious call for global smallpox eradication came not from the West, but from the Soviet Union. In 1958, Viktor Zhadan, the Soviet Deputy Minister of Health, addressed the World Health Assembly, WHA, and presented a bold, comprehensive plan for the global eradication of smallpox within 10 years. The rationale: Zhadan argued that given the vaccine's effectiveness and the virus's human-only host range, smallpox was the only major disease that was truly eradicatable. He stressed that as long as the disease persisted anywhere, it posed a continuous threat of reintroduction everywhere else. The Iron Curtain diplomacy. The proposal was also a clear demonstration of Soviet scientific and ideological prowess during the Cold War. It was an offer of medical leadership and a promise of international cooperation, a rare and powerful diplomatic maneuver. Initial WHO hesitation. Despite the proposal's clear logic, the WHO was initially hesitant. Member states expressed concerns about the immense cost, the poor quality of existing health infrastructures in endemic countries, and the feasibility of achieving universal vaccination in conflict zones and remote areas. The memory of failed large-scale campaigns against yaws and malaria made many wary of overpromising. The WHA eventually approved the plan, but without the mandatory funding or the necessary political commitment. This lukewarm adoption condemned the first eradication attempt to failure. The failure of the 1959 Control Program. The program launched in 1959 was essentially a control program, not a true eradication effort. It suffered from critical deficiencies that ensured its failure. Inadequate funding. The program was chronically underfunded, relying on voluntary contributions from member states, which rarely met the targets set by Zhadan's initial vision. Poor vaccine quality. The vast majority of the vaccine used was locally produced and highly unstable. It often degraded rapidly in the heat of Africa and Asia, leading to widespread vaccine failure and leaving millions of vaccinated people unprotected. A person who received a failed vaccination now possessed a false sense of security, which was arguably worse than no vaccination at all. Lack of surveillance. The program focused almost entirely on mass vaccination coverage, number of doses administered, rather than surveillance and containment. There was little systematic effort to find and isolate every single case, which is the necessary step to break the chain of transmission. Administrative weakness. The program often relied on national governments that lacked the logistical capacity and political will to enforce continuous vaccination and reporting in their rural populations. The sheer number of cases remained consistently high, proving that the disease was far from under control. By the mid-1960s, smallpox was still killing nearly 2 million people annually and blinding millions more. The situation was stagnant, if not worsening, and a radical change in strategy was urgently required. The advocate for change, Dr. Donald A. Henderson. The realization that the 1959 program was failing catalyzed the movement for an intensified eradication program. The most critical figure in this transformation was the American epidemiologist, Dr. Donald A. Henderson. He signed his office communiques with his ADH moniker. Henderson had been involved in controlling smallpox outbreaks and understood the devastating reality of the disease. He was a master organizer, a skilled diplomat, and possessed the tenacious belief that eradication was possible. He lobbied tirelessly for a renewed, aggressive, and properly funded campaign. His argument was compelling. Smallpox eradication was not a luxury, it was the most cost-effective public health intervention imaginable. The ongoing cost of smallpox, the need for continuous vaccination, the cost of treating outbreaks, and the loss of life and productivity far outweighed the projected one-time cost of eradication. It was an appeal to both humanitarianism and economic common sense. The WHA Resolution 1967, the launch of the intensified program. Henderson's advocacy, combined with the visible failure of the 1959 program, convinced the WHO to pass a crucial resolution in 1966, leading to the official launch of the Intensified Smallpox Eradication Program, SEP, in 1967. The mandate. The program was given an initial 5-year budget of $2.4 million per year, which, still modest, was guaranteed and centrally controlled by the WHO. Henderson's leadership. Henderson was named the director of the SEP, giving him the authority to implement his revolutionary strategy directly. The global commitment. The SEP required every endemic country to commit their full administrative and medical resources to the single goal of eradication. It was a formal collective declaration of war against the virus. This shift in 1967 marked the real beginning of the end. It was not just an increase in funding, it was a fundamental shift in strategy, management, and political will. The 3 pillars of the new strategy. Henderson's intensified strategy was built on 3 interdependent pillars, moving away from the flawed goal of mass vaccination to a targeted, dynamic approach. A. The forked needle and quality vaccine. The campaign required a reliable, heat-stable, and cheap vaccine. The U.S. government provided most of the initial high-quality, freeze-dried vaccine. Crucially, the campaign adopted the bifurcated needle, invented by Wyeth Laboratories. This simple, 2-pronged needle made vaccination simpler, faster, up to 1,000 vaccinations per hour, and required only a quarter of the vaccine dose used by older methods. B. Surveillance and containment. This was the most radical strategic shift. Instead of blindly vaccinating everyone, which was impossible, the strategy became search and contain, or ring vaccination. The teams focused on actively finding every single smallpox case, surveillance, and immediately vaccinating every single person who had contact with the victim, thus creating an immune barrier around the outbreak. Containment. C. The attack on the base. The SEP targeted the last foci of the disease. While the initial program had tried to tackle all endemic countries simultaneously, the intensified program focused its resources on the countries with the highest prevalence, such as India,
which was the largest reservoir of the virus globally.
The global footprint and the cultural challenges. The intensified program was a massive human undertaking, involving thousands of international and local workers operating in some of the most remote and challenging environments on Earth. The international team, the SEP, assembled a small, dedicated team of epidemiologists from around the world, known as the Smallpox Warriors. These field staff were masters of improvisation, navigating wars, monsoons, cultural barriers, and political instability to reach infected villages. Incentivized reporting. To combat the underreporting that plagued the 1959 program, the SEP introduced financial incentives for health workers or villagers who reported a confirmed smallpox case. This simple economic incentive was hugely effective in bringing hidden outbreaks to light. Overcoming resistance. Teams faced deep-seated cultural and religious resistance. In some regions, reporting smallpox was considered impious, or the disease was attributed to a goddess like Shitala in India. Teams had to employ clever, culturally sensitive tactics, such as approaching villages under the guise of general health surveys to gain trust and access. The campaign demanded a new form of public health diplomacy, persistent, pragmatic, respectful, and relentlessly focused on the numbers. The watershed moment, a new sense of possibility. The launch of the intensified program in 1967 marked the global turning point. It was a commitment born out of the shame of the 1959 failure and the renewed belief in science's potential. The initial results of the new strategy were startlingly effective. Countries previously deemed impossible to control, such as Indonesia and Brazil, quickly began to reduce their case numbers dramatically. The combination of the heat-stable vaccine, the simple bifurcated needle, and the surgical precision of the surveillance and containment strategy proved to be the magic formula. By the end of the 1960s, the goal was no longer control, but absolute zero. The WHO, under Henderson's relentless leadership, had moved from timid ambition to aggressive, focused military precision. The world finally had the correct tools and, crucially, the coordinated political and administrative will to execute the final chapter of the smallpox story, a chapter dedicated to hunting down the last isolated chain of human-to-human transmission. The final war had begun. The failure of herd immunity, a strategic dead end. By 1966, the initial global smallpox control efforts, launched nearly a decade earlier, had demonstrably failed. The strategy guiding that initial effort was mass vaccination, the attempt to achieve herd immunity by vaccinating an estimated 80% of the entire population in endemic countries. This concept, while sound in theory, proved disastrously unworkable in the field. The obstacles were insurmountable. The sheer scale of the population, especially in India and Africa, the lack of infrastructure to reach remote villages, the difficulty of maintaining accurate records, and the continuous influx of non-immune newborns. Most crucially, the available vaccine was often unstable and ineffective in tropical heat. Public health officials realized that they were spending millions of dollars vaccinating the same easily accessible populations multiple times, known as the easy 20%, while the majority of the population, particularly the remote and mobile populations, remained untouched and susceptible. The virus continued to circulate freely in these hidden pockets, rendering the overall coverage efforts futile. The failure of mass vaccination led Dr. Donald A. Henderson and his team at the World Health Organization, WHO, to a profound strategic reassessment. Instead of trying to chase and cover 80% of the population, a logistical impossibility, they would target the virus itself by interrupting its chain of transmission. This was the conceptual birth of the Surveillance and Containment Strategy, S&C. The conceptual shift, targeting the chain, not the population.
The S&C strategy represented a dramatic shift in military and medical thinking. Instead of carpet bombing the country with mass vaccination, the teams adopted the surgical precision of guerrilla warfare. The goal was simple: find every single case of smallpox and immediately prevent that case from transmitting the disease to anyone else. This strategy was made possible by three unique biological characteristics of the variola virus. 1. Human-only host. Unlike influenza or plague, smallpox has no animal reservoir in nature. If the virus could be eliminated from the human population, it would be extinct. 2. No asymptomatic carriers. Every person infected with variola develops a fever and, crucially, a highly visible signature rash. There are no truly asymptomatic carriers. If the virus is present, it will eventually show itself. 3. Short incubation period. The time between infection and the appearance of the rash is reliably short, 10 to 14 days. This window allowed health teams to track down contacts and vaccinate them before they became contagious. These biological vulnerabilities meant that the virus had an Achilles heel that could be exploited. If every visible case could be found and isolated, the transmission chain would snap. Defining the ring, the mechanics of containment. The ring strategy was the tactical engine of the S&C program. It was a rapid response procedure designed to create an immune barrier around an infected person, instantly suffocating the outbreak. The field operation, often executed by a small, dedicated team of epidemiologists and local health workers, followed a strict four-part protocol. Step 1. Surveillance, case identification. This was the most crucial step. Teams relied on incentivized reporting, distributing posters, and conducting house-to-house searches, active surveillance, to find the index case, the first confirmed case in a locality. Step 2. Isolation and investigation. Once the case was found, the infected person was immediately isolated, often in their own home under guard, to prevent contact with others. The team then launched a relentless backward and forward investigation. Backward, where did the person catch smallpox? Identifying the source case. Forward, who did the person infect? Identifying the contact chain. Step 3. The inner ring, direct contacts. Every single person who had been in direct contact with the index case, family, household members, visitors, and close friends, was identified, recorded, and immediately vaccinated, often within hours. This created the inner ironclad immune ring. Step 4. The outer ring, community barrier. The team then vaccinated everyone living in the surrounding houses, neighborhoods, and nearby villages. This created a second, wider immune buffer to catch any potential secondary or tertiary contacts that might have been missed, ensuring the virus could not jump to a new community. The team would only leave after establishing that the outbreak was definitively contained and that every contact had been vaccinated and placed under active surveillance for the full incubation period. The smallpox warrior. Epidemiology in motion. The success of the ring strategy rested entirely on the dedication and ingenuity of the smallpox warriors, the international and local field epidemiologists. These were not armchair academics. These were tough, resourceful investigators who practiced shoe-leather epidemiology. Their work was a relentless pursuit of human movement. The power of memory. Teams had to interview the sick and their family members, often in remote villages, to recreate weeks of movement. Who did you visit? Where did you buy food? Who slept in your house? Tracking the mobile. The greatest challenges involved tracking mobile populations, migrant laborers, pilgrims attending religious festivals, and traders at market bazaars. A single infected person traveling hundreds of miles could reignite a massive epidemic.
Teams would often have to follow the trail across borders, using local knowledge and police cooperation. Cultural negotiation. In many cultures, smallpox victims were hidden due to fear, superstition, like the belief in the goddess Shitala in India, or shame. Teams had to employ clever, culturally sensitive tactics, such as approaching villages under the guise of general health surveys to gain trust and access.
The technological enablers, bifurcation and reporting. Two critical innovations, one technical and one administrative, made the ring strategy scalable and effective. The bifurcated needle. Invented in the United States, this simple, two-pronged steel wire revolutionized the delivery of the vaccine. It was cheap, easy to sterilize by boiling or simply wiping, and crucially allowed for highly efficient, rapid vaccination. It required only a tiny, standard drop of the high-quality freeze-dried vaccine, which was heat-stable, and could be mastered by non-medical personnel after minutes of training. The bifurcated needle reduced the required vaccine dosage by 75% compared to older methods, dramatically lowering costs and increasing speed. Incentivized reporting. To overcome the endemic problem of hidden cases, the greatest threat to S&C, the WHO introduced a radical administrative policy, monetary rewards for anyone reporting a confirmed smallpox case. This turned every citizen into a potential surveillance worker. The reward, often significant enough to feed a family for a month, worked instantly. Villagers began seeking out and reporting cases, transforming hidden epidemics into manageable outbreaks. This policy demonstrated the pragmatic genius of the program's leaders. The success of S&C, exploiting viral timelines. The ring strategy's success lay in its perfect exploitation of the variola virus's unique timeline. The incubation period advantage. Once a person is exposed, they do not become infectious for roughly 10 to 12 days, incubation. After that, they develop a fever, followed by the rash. By the time the rash is visible, the signal for the ring team, the victim is already infectious. The ring gap. The strategy utilized the small gap between the onset of contagiousness and the identification of the victim's contacts. By vaccinating the contacts within days of their exposure to the indexed case, the vaccine could kick in and provide protection before the secondary wave of infection began. The speed of the response was everything. A team that could arrive and vaccinate the contacts within 48 hours of notification could effectively stop the chain right there. The final break. If the ring strategy was executed perfectly, the outbreak would produce no further cases. The infected individual would recover or die, and the ring of immune people would prevent the virus from finding a new host. The local chain of transmission would simply run out of fuel. The triumph in India, a case study of relentlessness. India, with its vast population, mobility, and entrenched endemicity, was the single largest challenge to the SEP. The ring strategy was deployed there on an unprecedented scale, particularly during the brutal epidemic of the early 1970s. Teams, often consisting of one WHO epidemiologist and several dozen local health workers, would sweep through neighborhoods, checking every home, looking for telltale signs, fresh scars, fevers, or blankets being hidden, a sign of an ill person being concealed. The goal in India was to check every home in the endemic zone twice. This was the relentless nature of active surveillance. The commitment was total. Teams worked through monsoon rains, navigated political unrest, and operated during the Bangladesh Liberation War. In Bihar, a state the size of many European countries, a dedicated army of 150,000 workers undertook house-to-house searches. This massive, focused mobilization of human effort, guided by the S&C logic, brought the number of cases down from hundreds of thousands to zero with astonishing speed. proving that the ring strategy was not just theoretical, but a practical method for conquering the largest, most densely populated, and most logistically challenging environment on Earth. The defining tactic of victory. The ring strategy, surveillance and containment, was not a traditional medical breakthrough in the sense of a new drug or discovery. It was an administrative and tactical revolution. It recognized that the challenge of smallpox in the modern era was not scientific, but logistical and behavioral. By focusing on the micro-level task of breaking the chain of transmission rather than the macro-level goal of mass coverage, the SEP maximized its impact with minimal resources. The success of this tactic demonstrated that with a specific biological vulnerability, a safe tool, the vaccine, and uncompromising political will, global eradication was indeed an achievable goal. The ring strategy provided the blueprint for every subsequent disease elimination effort, forever establishing the primacy of search, isolate, and contain as the decisive tactic in the final war against infectious disease. The world was now on the final countdown to zero. The moment of zero, the final case in Asia. By 1975, the relentless application of the ring strategy had cornered the smallpox virus into its last major stronghold, the Indian subcontinent. The effort was focused with surgical precision on the final endemic areas of India, Bangladesh, and Pakistan. The eradication of smallpox from Asia, the ancient cradle of the disease, became a symbolic and logistical turning point. The pivotal moment arrived in Bangladesh, then ravaged by the 1974 famine. After months of intensified searches and zero confirmed cases, a single, isolated outbreak was discovered in the village of Kuralia, Bola Island. The case was a 3-year-old girl named Rahima Banu. Her infection, confirmed in October 1975, was swiftly contained by a massive response team. Once Rahima recovered, surveillance continued for 2 years, but the chain of transmission in Bangladesh, and indeed all of Asia, had been broken. On April 23, 1975, India recorded its last indigenous case in Bihar. By the end of 1975, the WHO declared that Asia was smallpox-free. This accomplishment was a massive psychological victory. It proved that the ring strategy could conquer the largest, most densely populated, and most logistically challenging environment on Earth. Smallpox was now cornered in a single continent, Africa. Cornering the virus, the Ethiopian anomaly. With Asia secured, the final desperate struggle focused on the Horn of Africa, specifically Ethiopia. This region presented the most daunting challenge of the entire campaign. Ethiopia was afflicted by civil war, rugged, mountainous terrain, and a lack of reliable infrastructure. It was the last great global reservoir of variola major. The challenge. Smallpox was being maintained by mobile populations, nomads, refugees, and displaced persons who crossed internal and international boundaries, making surveillance almost impossible. The victory. Through an unprecedented effort of international cooperation and local bravery, the Ethiopian teams, led by the WHO's smallpox warriors, gradually tracked and contained every known focus. By mid-1976, Ethiopia, the last stronghold of the deadly variola major strain, was declared free of the virus. The virus had seemingly been defeated worldwide, but one small chain of transmission, fueled by mobility and civil unrest, stubbornly remained on the Somali peninsula. The final link, Ali Maumalin in Somalia. The final case of naturally occurring smallpox in the world was found in Meraka, Somalia, a coastal city then gripped by war and social chaos. The subject, Ali Maumalin, was a 23-year-old hospital cook who also worked as a guide for the smallpox eradication team. Ironically, he was part of the very effort he would inadvertently challenge. He had been repeatedly asked to be vaccinated, but ironically kept putting it off, viewing himself as low risk. He contracted smallpox while guiding 2 infected patients from a remote area to the hospital. He developed the characteristic fever and rash. The discovery. A vigilant surveillance officer, Dr. Raghvendra Rao Satapathy, discovered Ma Lin's illness. The diagnosis was confirmed on October 26, 1977. Ma Lin's case became the last documented natural infection in human history. The Merka lockdown, the most crucial ring. The discovery of Ali Ma Lin triggered the most critical and intensive ring strategy operation of the entire campaign, known as the Merka lockdown. The success of the eradication rested on ensuring this one case did not create any secondary cases.
The total surveillance. A massive team of 150 health workers, led by WHO field officers, descended on Merka. They immediately isolated Ma Lin and launched a meticulous 15-day house-to-house search covering 50 kilometers around the city. The Hyper Ring. The team identified and vaccinated over 3,000 direct and indirect contacts in Merka, creating a hyper-intensive immune ring. Ma Lin was guarded until he fully recovered, ensuring no one entered or left his confinement. The 2-year search. After Ma Lin recovered, the WHO did not relax. They launched a 2-year, multi-million-dollar search and destroy mission across the Horn of Africa, offering a $1,000 reward for the discovery of any further cases. Over 40,000 searches were conducted, often involving helicopter surveillance and grueling treks through deserts and war zones. No further cases of smallpox were ever found in the wild. Ali Ma Lin recovered fully, leaving behind a profound legacy. He was the man whose illness defined the moment of global victory. The official declaration, the end of an era. With 2 years of intensive, worldwide surveillance yielding 0 results, the WHO convened the Global Commission for the Certification of Smallpox Eradication. The conclusion was unanimous. On May 8, 1980, the World Health Assembly issued its formal declaration. The world and all its peoples have achieved freedom from smallpox. This declaration marked the end of a disease that had afflicted humanity for over 3,000 years, killed hundreds of millions in the 20th century alone, and had profoundly shaped human history, warfare, and culture. Smallpox became the first and only infectious human disease to ever be deliberately eradicated from the face of the earth. The achievement validated Jenner's vision and the global tenacity of the smallpox eradication program. The aftermath, the fate of the virus. The success of the eradication campaign presented a new ethical and biological dilemma. What should be done with the last remaining live samples of variola virus? Following the 1980 declaration, the WHO mandated that all known lab stocks of variola be destroyed or consolidated into 2 high-security reference labs globally. 1, the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, CDC, in Atlanta, USA. 2, the State Research Center of Virology and Biotechnology, Vector, in Kodsovo, Russia. The samples were retained for scientific research, primarily to develop new, safer antiviral drugs and vaccines for defensive purposes, should the virus ever reappear through accidental release or biological terrorism. The final decision on the ultimate fate of these last 2 stockpiles, destruction or indefinite preservation, remains one of the most contentious ethical debates in biosecurity today. The tragic final accident. Janet Parker, 1978. The final human death directly attributable to the smallpox virus occurred not in a remote endemic village, but in a highly sophisticated, secure medical facility. This incident highlighted the ultimate danger of retaining the virus, even in laboratory conditions. The location, the medical school at the University of Birmingham, England. The victim, Janet Parker, a 40-year-old medical photographer. She worked on the floor above a laboratory where the variola major virus was being studied by Professor Henry Bedson. The contamination. In August 1978, Parker became the last person in history to contract smallpox. The investigation concluded that the virus likely traveled through the building's antiquated ventilation shaft, infecting her,
possibly through a single escaped virion from the high-security research room. The death. Janet Parker died on September 11, 1978. The source laboratory was immediately closed, sterilized, and permanently shut down. The tragedy led to a public health scare and a relentless investigation into the lapse of safety protocols. The profound legacy of the final cases. The two final narratives, Ali Maumalin's survival and Janet Parker's death, provide a profound epilogue to the smallpox story. Ali Maumalin, the last natural case. His case, occurring close to the official moment of zero, affirmed the success of the eradication effort. He became a living symbol of the victory, proving that the virus could be hunted down to its very last natural chain. Janet Parker, the last death. Her death, occurring after the virus had been eliminated from the wild, underscored the terrifying reality that the disease's only remaining threat was now human error. It transformed the ethical debate over the remaining lab stocks, demonstrating that the only way to truly guarantee the world's safety from smallpox is the complete destruction of the last viral samples. The final chapter of smallpox history is a testament to both humanity's capacity for organized, selfless achievement and its enduring vulnerability to the microscopic world. The battle was won in the wild, but the responsibility for maintaining that victory remains an active, eternal commitment. The scourge, once a cosmic certainty, is now merely a memory locked in a few freezers and an enduring global scar. The meaning of May 8, 1980, the unprecedented victory. The declaration by the World Health Assembly on May 8, 1980, that smallpox was globally eradicated was not merely a public health announcement. It was a watershed moment in human history. For the first time, humanity had intentionally and successfully driven a disease to extinction in the wild. The victory symbolized the ultimate triumph of reason, science, and global collaboration over a biological threat that had plagued civilization for millennia. The eradication proved that humanity, when united and focused, could achieve biological mastery, transforming the fight against disease from a battle of endurance into a war of conquest. The world was suddenly and permanently rid of a terror that had always been accepted as an immutable fact of life. The economic and human dividend, the ultimate ROI. The smallpox eradication program, often cited as the most cost-effective public health investment ever made, yielded an astronomical return on investment. The entire intensified eradication program, 1967 to 1977, cost less than $300 million in contemporary dollars. Annual savings. The WHO estimated that the world was saving over $1 billion every year following 1980, simply by eliminating the need for routine childhood vaccination, surveillance, and treatment. The United States alone saves hundreds of millions annually by ceasing routine domestic vaccination. Human capital. The true dividend is measured in human life and potential. Every year since 1980, millions of people who would have died or been permanently disfigured by smallpox have lived healthy, productive lives. This includes prevented deaths, approximately 2 million deaths prevented annually. Prevented blindness, millions of cases of smallpox-related blindness averted. The victory demonstrated that investing in global health is not an act of charity, but a strategic economic and humanitarian imperative that fundamentally improves the prosperity of all nations.
The legacy on modern medicine. The birth of immunology. The smallpox story left an indelible mark on modern medicine, providing the very foundation for the field of immunology and setting the stage for all future vaccine development. The Jennerian principle. Vaccination affirmed the core concept that a benign related pathogen can confer protection against a virulent one, cross-immunity. This principle underpins the entire field of vaccinology, leading to vaccines against measles, mumps, and rubella. The S&C model. The success of the ring strategy established the superiority of surveillance and containment as an eradication tool over mass coverage. This methodology, finding and isolating the last cases, became the blueprint for global campaigns against polio, guinea worm disease, and other target pathogens. Public health infrastructure. The eradication effort forced endemic countries to build permanent, functioning public health infrastructures capable of conducting mass campaigns, surveillance, and reporting. These newly formed systems, established to defeat smallpox, were immediately utilized to launch campaigns against other prevalent diseases, magnifying the eradication's impact. The history of smallpox is, in essence, the history of preventative medicine. The biosecurity conundrum. The virus in the freezer. The ultimate legacy of smallpox now resides not in the endemic villages of the past, but in the highly secure freezers of two world laboratories, CDC, USA, and Vector, Russia. The decision to preserve the last live samples created the defining ethical and biosecurity challenge of the post-eradication era. The scientific argument for preservation. Proponents argue that the samples must be kept for defensive research, to develop next-generation antiviral drugs and safer, more effective vaccines, should the virus ever reappear through an accidental release or an act of bioterrorism. Genetic research may also unlock secrets about other pox viruses. The biosecurity argument for destruction. Opponents argue that the only way to guarantee the world's safety is the complete destruction of the last stocks. They cite the 1978 Janet Parker case, which proved that no laboratory is perfectly safe, and contend that the risk of accidental release or deliberate misuse, bioterrorism, vastly outweighs any potential scientific gain. The perpetual debate. The World Health Assembly has repeatedly postponed the final decision on destruction, highlighting the profound difficulty in achieving consensus on an issue that pits scientific curiosity against existential global risk. The existence of these last vials serves as a constant, sobering reminder that the world's safety remains conditional upon perfect human vigilance. The enduring scar. The threat of related pox viruses. The eradication of smallpox created a new vulnerability in the human population. Since 1980, the vast majority of the world's population has ceased routine smallpox vaccination. This means that a growing percentage of the global population is immunologically naive to all orthopox viruses. Monkeypox and cowpox. This immunological gap means that related, naturally occurring orthopox viruses such as monkeypox, now called monkspox, and cowpox pose a greater threat than before. While monkspox does not spread as easily or lethally as smallpox, its emergence and spread in the 21st century demonstrated the vulnerability of an unvaccinated world to the wider pox virus family. The need for preparedness. The cessation of vaccination, while saving costs, requires governments to maintain a constant state of biosecurity preparedness, including maintaining large stockpiles of modern smallpox vaccine and antiviral drugs. Smallpox is extinct, but its relatives are not. The political legacy. Global cooperation in the Cold War. The smallpox eradication program serves as one of the few shining examples of successful global cooperation during the height of the Cold War. Beyond ideology. The program was spearheaded by the Soviet Union and led by an American, Donald A. Henderson. It required the full collaboration of nations ideologically opposed to one another. The virus was seen as a common enemy that transcended political divides. The World Health Organization's finest hour. The success solidified the WHO's role as the premier global health authority, demonstrating its capacity for centralized leadership, strategic planning, and operational execution on a planetary scale. It provided the ultimate argument for multilateralism in solving existential threats. The African and Asian leadership. The victory was ultimately won by the people and health workers of the endemic countries. The local mobilization, the bravery of the smallpox warriors, and the sustained administrative commitment of nations like India and Bangladesh demonstrated that global health triumphs are not imposed by the West, but achieved through the agency and leadership of the developing world. A final triumph of record-keeping. The success of the eradication program was fundamentally a triumph of meticulous, relentless record-keeping and data transparency. The power of zero. The campaign understood that the declaration of eradication could not be based on an estimate. It had to be based on an absolute, verified zero. The 2-year post-campaign search and the extensive documentation required to satisfy the WHO Consideration Commission forced the highest standards of epidemiological integrity. Case zero to final zero. The records trace the virus from its devastating role in the 16th century conquest of the Americas, through the military campaigns of the 19th century, and finally to the single last human case, Ali Maulin. This unbroken chain of documentation provides the most comprehensive history of any pathogen, making the smallpox story a model of epidemiological investigation. The scourge remembered, the eternal warning. The world of 2025 is a world free from smallpox, but the shadow of the scourge remains. The disease that forced humanity to develop the first vaccine, debate the morality of risk, build public health infrastructures, and master the art of global cooperation serves as an eternal warning. Smallpox proved that preparation is imperative. The only way to stop an epidemic is to act before it begins. Complacency is deadly. The cessation of vaccination creates a dangerous vulnerability. Global health is national security. No single nation is safe until all nations are safe. The eradication of smallpox is the greatest public health story ever told, a testament to human scientific prowess and administrative will. It is a story that began with the scars on a pharaoh's face and ended with the absolute quiet of an empty freezer. A final, resounding victory that continues to inspire the global fight against the next great biological challenge. The world is safer, healthier, and demonstrably more capable because of the battle against the pox.